Uhuru, everyone, just before I bring our MCs back up, I want to thank Raya, Jamie, Jamila, MQ, Stephen, and Pidam renewed their membership in the coalition. Allie and Janice brings our whopping total right now to $1,470.
Yes.
Long way to go to get to 20 million, so keep giving.
Yeah, yes, we trying to match that 20 million if we can, but you know, hey. The 20 million that Cop Mala supposedly raised overnight. Are we live now?
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Vice Chair.
Yes.
I guess not.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Chairman?
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
I just wanted to say before we get fully and formally back into the meeting that I acknowledge a lot of people who were here. And, we're in the room, like in this meeting with, heroic figures. And one of the forces who I did not acknowledge was Comrade Johnny X. Johnny X has been with this movement for a very, very long time. In many ways, he grew up with the movement. He at one point became a member of the Nation of Islam, etc. Come back to the movement. But an outstanding thing about Johnny X that really helps to tell you about the character of some people is that I don't remember the year it was, but people in this room may be familiar with this landmark in this area. It's called Skyway Bridge. And the Skyway Bridge, they call it that because when they constructed, literally, when you were driving across that bridge, you were actually looking up at the sky. The bridge is that high and on that kind of incline. And it was hit by a tugboat or something at one juncture and, brought it down. Busload of Africans and FAMU drowned as a consequence of that. But so it was a favorite place, literally, for people to go to commit suicide. So they actually put up a sort of barrier later to try to keep people from jumping off. That was the jump off place. So on one occasion, Johnny X was driving to go across the bridge and had to go through the toll. And there was this white guy who was walking, and Johnny gave him a ride. And when they got near the top of the bridge, the guy was grabbing the wheel. They grabbed the wheels, didn't he, Johnny? Did the guy grab the wheel when you were driving? Okay. No. He told you to stop? Yeah, he told me to stop. I tell him what happened. No, tell him what happened, Johnny. Come on. All right.
I was down the road one day, come back to Manatee County. So the black guy, so I seen the black guy at the toll bridge. It was in Africa. Africa, yeah. At the toll. I seen him walking. So I said, yeah, what could happen? I didn't try to get run. I can't ride off the bridge. I said, hey, brother, you want to ride off the bridge? He said, yeah. Somehow, we started talking about suicide. I said, I know somebody got on the bridge, somebody down here about 5 weeks ago, somebody like that. He came up with a knife right by my neck. So let me out, I want to commit suicide. I said, we'll go right down to it. I did. So he got out of my bed, said, go ahead on. I said, I got it. I don't want to see this damn problem. I did. You don't care I'm gonna use the language to him. You don't care your damn ass on. I think the 400 pounds, you're gonna ride out here with me. That's what he told me. I said, oh, so what about that? had issues, so I told myself, man, hey, what about your mother, your wife, and your mom, and dad, and your wife, and sure, he said, oh. I said, what about my friend, something he said about his mom, I said, what about your wife, and children? He thought, shook his head, he said, he went in his pocket and gave me his keys to his car. I didn't know he had a car. I didn't know he had a car. He had parked the car on the other side down there before he got to the toll, because he thought if once he got a cop over the bridge up there, he jumped off. The automobile won't get towed in. He thought why I was mad with him because of that. He did. Go commit suicide. I ain't gonna say. And he said, he gave me a suicide letter. He gave me the keys. He gave me his wallet. You know, and he was sitting outside, sitting up there, halfway the bridge. He was looking out. He said, "Hey man, you think this how them get a job done?" I ain't gonna say. I did. He said, "Tell you what, I'm going over the highway and get a job done. Tell my wife I want to be cremated." I said, so I walked with him on the middle of the bridge, right up in the middle. I said, "Wait just 30 minutes before you go." I did. I picked the phone up there. So I talked to the people about the guy was on the bridge. They asked me, do I want to jump on the bridge? I didn't know what to say. I did not know what to say. So what happened? Police came. No, the wall, no, the police wall ain't that high. So I didn't even start the man. So I saw the police coming. He jumped over that damn wall. He was over there. The only thing I was able to jump over the wall, only thing I was able to get this right here. I died because that. And I went all the way down. And he snatched me against the wall. He did do that. He said, "Look at the wall." I thought I killed something, but that little I thought like that. But so much motion going so fast. I ain't had no time to play around with it. Once I got hold to him, I knew I had to do something. The only thing I had to do was go down. If I don't hit it, pull me right out there. He would have did. So what happened when he went down, I know all his clothes came off. He was there, then over the underwear. That's all he had. The police officer got up there, they were scared. They got one of that, I'm telling you. One they said, "Hell no." No. Other men said, "I didn't have that thing. I had to block in the line." And eventually they got some more officers up there, they pulled them up. And I gave them all the information. I tried to get it back, but they wouldn't give it back to me. They would not do it. And I hit 2 more ladies off the bridge, I got off the bridge. So they had a flat tire. I did that. But I was nervous for 2 weeks after that. I felt he could kill me. Showed up good. If I would have went down, he'd have snapped me right out there. Yeah. That's the only thing kept me from going out there when I went down real quick. You know, some people told me that they would jump back. They would have went there for a day. No, they wouldn't did. I'm telling you, when people commit suicide, you know, you gotta be careful about yourself. Now I'm gonna back up. I'm not gonna go a little further. Something else will happen. I was at Royal Palm. I had to stop a guy trying to rape a lady out there. He was a rapist. He was taking a lady at nighttime. And I saw it. I was getting ready to go, "Hey, what's going to happen?" That's what's going on. He was dead sick. Dead sick. You know, and I intervened. And I stopped it. You know, she was so, I told her, "Don't be back here no more." If he saw me, he didn't see me first, but I was out that night. But they finally called. I told the girl, "Don't be out there that kind of move." I don't know if this is a girl, but this girl got stabbed out there 144 times. I told her that kind of move back out there. And the guy had been out of prison about a year. He don't read like 3 other women. So they got out. So look at what I want. All right. All right.
I just want to say this is the character of the force in this movement. You know, I mean, that was pretty bold action that he took. I think it's also interesting that the guy was more afraid of his wife than he was dying. He had the key to the car. He had to leave the car there. Because he knew that when he jumped off, they were going to tow the car and his wife was going to be mad. So anyway, comrade, Uhuru. Thank you so much, comrade, Vice Chair.
Uhuru, thank you so very much. From hearing from our brother there, thank you. Our next segment, we are going to have a panel discussion about things going on the international front. This is going to be, this is titled Africa Speaks for Itself, because as we know, the United States, in its attack on quote unquote what they call freedom of speech, it is about trying to control the narrative, trying to define everything and control the parameters in terms of how people are supposed to respond and even think. They want to control the lens and the whole thing, and we say no. And we surely know that if they have no respect for the voices of African people in this country, when I say African in this country, I use the word African interchangeably with being Black in this country because we are all Africans. You know what they do to our brothers and sisters on the continent. And so we find that it's very, very important that we have this discussion. And we are going to have this panel of speakers. Again, it's entitled Africa Speaks for Itself. We have Brother Ajamu in the room yet. I know that he had been trying to get in earlier. I don't think I see him in the virtual room. So therefore, we will just go ahead. We will start with our brother Paul Pumphrey. And Brother Paul Pumphrey is one of the co-founders of Friends of the Congo, and he has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years, and he is a member of the board of directors also for Friends of the Congo. It is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., and it's human rights and it's a human rights and grassroots institution established in 2004 to work to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Brother Paul Pumphrey, Uhuru. Uhuru! Uhuru! And people on this panel discussion, it is 20 minutes each. Uhuru.
Okay. Uhuru. I've been speaking with the chairman and some of the other members of the coalition. And one of the points that I brought up was the fact that we now have countries in Africa doing the right thing. Especially in the Sahel, where we have Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, setting excellent examples of the future of Africa. And I feel that it's very important that we help them tell their story to the people here in the United States. Because if we do that, there are a lot of things that could come about positive in their struggle. One is that the United States media is not going to tell the true story of those countries, which would allow the United States government to do whatever it wants to do to try to undermine the future of those countries if the people of the United States know nothing about what's going on there. Now, my history takes me back in the 70s when I was a co-founder of the anti-apartheid movement USA, and I worked with the liberation movements out of Southern Africa. And one of the things we did was we gave them a platform for their UN reps to go to college campuses, to go to church groups, and go to other places here in the United States to tell their story while we talked about US foreign policy. And one of the things I found out was that college students pay student activity fees. So their student organizations have access to those student activity fees. And even back in the 70s, there were schools that paid $2,500 to have us come on their campus and talk about apartheid. And by the time it made it to the early 80s, seemed like at that point, everybody knew a little bit about apartheid. We had a difficult time getting people to come out and demonstrate in front of the South African embassy in the 70s. But by the 1980s, we not only had people coming out en masse to want to demonstrate, but people were begging, could they get arrested? Because they wanted to go on record that they got arrested in front of the South African embassy. And it really came from people being made aware, not by the US media, but by people actually coming from movements as well as we did, but we talked about US policy and we let the movement talk about their struggle with the regimes in Southern Africa. And I'm proposing we do the same thing about the Sahel. That we reach out to our brothers and sisters, officers in New York, that because they have offices for the UN, and encourage them to work with us, where we can then go to college campuses, have the African Student Association, the Black Student Unions, the women's organizations, and the different other organizations that could sponsor us on their campus to talk about what's going on in the Sahel, to help them to understand, the students understand, that now all Africa is acting like neo-colonial colonies. And that this is the real future, the Africa possibility that Africa can go to. And it allows for us to be able to draw in those students that then can share that information. Because my proposal is that when we go on the campus, where the students sign in, their name, their email address, their zip code. Brother asked me, why zip code? Because I said, that tells you what political districts they are located. Now, when we know particular bills coming up on Capitol Hill having to deal with those areas, we can then get in touch with the people that are in the political districts of the committee people so they can write letters challenging the direction the United States is trying to push. And I found from politicians that when they receive a letter, they assume at least 200 or 300 people in their political district believes the same way, but too lazy to write a letter. And when it comes to an election year, if they got 25 to 50 letters pushing the same position, they're looking at possibly as many as 5,000 to 10,000 votes. They could lose an office. So I'm proposing that we look at this as an approach of not only just educating college students, but even church groups and anybody else that want to listen about the future of countries that have decided to liberate themselves from colonialism and neocolonialism on the one hand, and really begin to expose the difference between a country that's trying to do the right thing versus the neocolonial colonies that are still all over Africa today, where many people are losing their lives unnecessarily. I'll give you an example. Burkina Faso. They had the French there with their troops and their embassy. They had the US there with their drones and their embassy, and they invited them to leave. And one of the most interesting things was they told those governments that they no longer gave immunity to their soldiers. So if their soldiers violated the law, they would be held responsible under their law. They got left. And by doing that, they then decided to negotiate with Turkey to get 25 drones. So that the terrorists, they knew that they were going to send in there to go after the countryside, that they could send drones out and they could look at them at nighttime to direct their soldiers how to go after them. And they've had a number of major victories against the so-called terrorists in their countries. Another thing was that Burkina Faso announced after the French left that they actually found 3 major gold deposits. And rather than sell the gold to Europe, they also built a gold refinery to refine their own gold, and said that their gold will now back up their money. So they wanted to be one of the few countries in the world today that their money represents gold, which means that when they want to go buy something, people are ready to accept their money. And you have, for example, in Niger, France was selling their yellow cake uranium. First, they were paying Niger 83 cents a kilo, and then selling their yellow cake uranium for $200 a kilo. That would underdevelop anybody's country.
And of course, France said, well, you know, you can't sell it for $200 a kilo. Well, guess what? Nigeria is selling their yellow cake uranium at $20 a kilo, which actually allowed them to be the fastest growing economy in Africa today. So with these positive examples, I think it would be very important for us to look at ways of how we can start looking at going to the community, to the college campuses who can afford to pay for us to come on those campuses. And we serve two purposes. We generate resources we need to do our work on the one hand, and secondly, we also begin to educate our youth who are potential people that can put pressure on our politicians to change US foreign policy. And in doing that, it's a win-win situation. And so this is the proposal that I'm bringing to the organization. And my brother and I have been talking about it, and the chairman and I have been talking about it. And it's something that we're looking at doing as soon as I get back to Maryland, is to really make this happen, because that is going to be a major blow to US imperialism and NATO imperialism throughout Africa. Because as students from other African countries are seeing the right way and how that really benefits their country, benefit the countries of the Sahel, they're going to look at why isn't this going on in my country as well? And hopefully we'll stimulate them to take that message back home and start organizing and demanding that those type of changes need to happen in their country as well. So I see it as a win-win-win situation. And I'm open for questions.
How we organize the week question now? I think it's after
We do have a question and
after the panel.
Okay.
It's after, but he does have 20 minutes, so there's.
He has 20 minutes, so I said, yeah,
He's got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But
right. He didn't finish all of his time.
Okay.
But
Well, again, the bottom line is I see this as a great opportunity for us to wage the struggle and educating the public here in this country. I found, like when I worked on the issues of Southern Africa, when I worked on the issue of the Congo, people don't know the facts because the media won't talk about it. And we basically forced the media to have to talk about it when the people started talking about it, and then questioning the media, how come they're not talking about it? And so it becomes a win-win situation. I think that we could even look at the idea of organizing brigades to visit, similar to the Bench-Ramage brigades that went to Cuba.
right on.
That they, in fact, organize where people actually go and see for themselves and talk to the people themselves and see that we're not lying to them. That, in fact, is making a better life for Africa, and this will be the real future of Africa standing up against imperialism and building support right here at home in the US for that struggle, fighting against imperialism.
yeah, I just wanted to really be thankful for the presentation. We're going to have discussions after the panel finishes, but I think that just by what he said already, it helps to make clear why the colonizers, the government, doesn't want us to be able to speak.
Right.
And, you know, even as he's talking about what we can do with different governments in the Sahel or any place in Africa for that matter, we're also looking at what makes it necessary for them to have laws that say if you work, if you have a program or something that's consistent with a government someplace else, then they can charge you with being a foreign agent without having registered. They did that to comrades who were working with Zimbabwe from, what would they characterize as how do they call themselves? Is it some kind of Israelites? We knew some of these people. And there was a sister who actually had been a part of the CIA who, well, they charged her with having given secrets to Ghana about what the CIA was doing. But the point that I would make is you can see why shutting us up and not allowing us to communicate with each other and the world is so critical, because all of the wealth that they're stealing from Africa. You think about that. You're talking about uranium, you're talking about lithium, you're talking about gold, cocoa. Yeah, the whole, yeah. I mean, I was at Hershey's. People have heard me say this years ago. Many years ago, and a place in Hershey, Pennsylvania, that I didn't know existed. And when I went there, that's where Hershey's Corporation is located. They named the city after the Hershey Corporation that makes the Hershey bars and all of this stuff. And they had, at that time, they had 10 years of the world's cocoa supply in silos in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And that meant gave them power to control the price of cocoa. They allowed it or disallowed it being on the market. They could crash economies. That's what they helped to crush the consumer by causing a crisis around the price of cocoa. People start losing money and stuff like that. So this is part of what we're looking at and why Africa has to be able to talk to each other and everybody else in the world.
And I'll speak a little bit about cocoa. Yeah. I happen to be a part owner of a chocolate company. Small one, but still effective. 22 tons of cocoa. And to make it clear, you can only grow cocoa near the equator. So that's either going to be in Africa, the Caribbean, Central America, or South America. That's about 95% of all the cocoa in the world. 22 tons of cocoa roughly sells for about $47,800, which is no money. 22 tons of premium chocolate sells for $3.2 million. So Africa ends up with $47,800, while you have these other companies making, okay, $3.2 million. And one of the things our company is doing, which happens to be owned by Africans from Panama, from the Dominican Republic, and myself, is that we want to share that information about how they can turn their cocoa into premium chocolate. The other thing is everything that goes into cocoa grows in the same country. Right. Passion fruit, almonds, coconuts, you name it. It doesn't grow in Europe. It doesn't grow in the United States or Canada. It grows near the equator.
Yes.
So it's like a no-brainer. Think about the same way with coffee. Starbucks is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Coffee doesn't grow here.
Right.
You know, and through my contacts on the continent, if in fact we were going to do the same thing with coffee, for example, Tanzania, which makes some of the premium, grows some of the premium coffee in the world, I would have said they'd be willing to sell us 23 tons of coffee a month. All we would have to do is roast and blend it. If they're selling it to us, they can't sell it to Starbucks. And the thing is that you talk about not taking the money and just keeping it here. It's now where you can put the money back into those communities to build the schools, to fix the roads, to clean the water, you know, to give opportunities in those communities that they never had before, and help support even the progressive struggle in those communities. So I've learned through my struggles over the years, there are clear ways in which we can play. Being here in the United States, that is one of the largest consuming nations in the world, there are ways in which we can do things that can truly benefit the development of Africa and support the progressive struggle going on in Africa. You know, not just politically, but economically as well, because we're major consumers of African raw products. I mean, when you look at the Congo has roughly about $22 trillion worth of minerals. But guess what? If the Congo could process those minerals into finished products, you're looking at about $300 trillion worth of minerals. Wow. That's a game changer. And believe me, Europe, United States, Australia, and Canada understands that. And that's why they don't want it to happen. But we're in a position where we can help make it happen through partnerships. And so that's just in a direction, as we do our political work, is a way of how we can actually help finance our political work in being able to free and help liberate our brothers and sisters in Africa, the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and even parts of Asia. You know, and so if we do that, we're talking about not just political victories, but economic victories at the same time, and help us at a much faster pace in bringing a just world. So these are the points that I wanted to share with the meeting today for people to think about. And I've been fortunate enough that I've spent time on the continent. In fact, what's this month? We're in July still? August? Okay, July I was in the Congo. You know, I was in Addis Ababa. And so my point is, I have developed good working relationships with the progressive movements on the ground in Haiti, which grows cocoa. You know, I've spent time in Nicaragua. I've spent time in Venezuela. You know, I was actually forced in 1971 to leave this country because of the FBI. And so I spent a couple of months in Cuba on a Venezuelan brigade. But my point, I'm saying that to say this, is that we can play a major role in the struggle for liberation with our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora. And we should look at all the different options of how we can help them help themselves. Because we're hearing a lot of the information they need. And we're certainly here where the market is, where they can sell their products. So that's just some thoughts. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you so very much, Brother Paul. Our next presenter is Brother Zaki Barudi, whose name we've heard quite a bit throughout this conference. Brother Zaki Barudi, he graduated from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. He majored in, he has received a master's in education administration. He's a former educator of 33 years and a union activist. He's the second vice president and political action chairperson of Local 1220 East St. Louis Federation of Teachers. He's the author of 2 educational booklets, Challenge the Building of a Clean, Prosperous Black Community Through Our Educational System as Opposed to the Conspiracy, and Challenge Part 2, Can We Do It? He's a former political action chairperson of the East St. Louis chapter of the Black United Front, distributor of the Black Panther Party newspaper. He was a Democratic Party candidate for governor of Missouri in 1984 and 1988. He was endorsed by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He garnered 19% of the vote in 1988, and he was a Green Party candidate in 2000. He's a former co-chair of the Coalition Against Police Violence and Repression. He has traveled to over 35 countries and met several heads of states, including Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe, Omar Bashir in the Sudan, and Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua. He is currently a member of Gateway Green Alliance. He's the co-chair of the Community Justice Coalition, co-founder and president general of the Universal African Peoples Organization, and he's publisher of the quarterly newspaper, The African News World, and he's host of the internet TV program, Conversation with Zaki Barudi. Brother Zaki Barudi, Uhuru.
Uhuru. And again, to all of the participants, I give my total agreement and support of the Uhuru 3. And again, I appreciate the brilliant analysis that the brother Comrade Omali Yasateli had presented earlier. And I'm just honored to be part of this distinguished panel. In terms of my presentation, I'm gonna make a presentation around kind of like as an educator as it relates to our motherland, Africa. But before that, I do that, I'd like to also salute the upcoming birthday of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And I use the title of President General in his spirit because it was he that led the charge that Africa for the Africans, and that it is in that spirit that the theme Africa speaks for itself is a powerful thing. But it also speaks to what we got to do in terms of, as my brother just addressed earlier, what we on ground here in this country must do to concretize and uplift the spirit of Africa. By nature, I'm a spiritual person, first of all, just for folks to know that. And we have in the St. Louis area what I call my mountaintop, which is Cahokia Mountains. It's about 150 some steps plus to get to the top. And it's a mound that the indigenous people in this area had created. And in my prayers, one of my prayers on my 75th birthday was that I was praying for the Creator to allow me in my lifetime to see the unification of Africa, whereby Africa is first and foremost militarily and technologically as equal to the Western world, the evil folks of this worldwide population that we have, as I would always call them. So, and as a former educator, one of the sad things, in which I mentioned the conspiracy of silence in my earlier booklets, was that our people have no concept, my young students that is, geographically of Africa, countries of Africa, and the whole history of Africa in terms of one of the world's greatest civilization, the builders of civilization, in fact. So if we're talking about supporting Africa, our first thing is, as best we can through our various organizations, is have programs that give some basic information to our people as relates to Africa. So to that end, and it's always important to practice what you preach. So our newspaper, on a number of occasions, we have a quarterly newspaper that's called the African News World. And in a number of our editions, we would have the map of Africa, and encouraging anybody that reads the paper to at least know, at least geographically, at least 35 countries of the purported 54 countries on the continent of Africa. We also, in terms of pushing that our people need to know the history of important revolutionary leaders out of Africa, such as Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Muammar Gaddafi, and etc. Along with that, it is our humble opinion that organizations are to have some basic on-ground goodwill kinds of gestures to our brothers and sisters on the continent. What do I mean by that? And practicing what we preach. In the first year of our existence, which started as an organization and as an extension of my candidacy for governor in 1988, that in support of the struggle in Namibia for our people to be free and gain their liberation, as a goodwill gesture, we shipped over 70 boxes of new clothing to the people there. Then in 2003, we organized a major humanitarian effort that went to Zimbabwe by the way of over 450 boxes of, again, clothing and medical supplies, which I went there to dedicate on behalf of the St. Louis community. The following year, we shipped 540-some boxes, food, water, clothing, medical supplies, educational material to Haiti. As Brother O'Malley was saying, you know, Africa is in Haiti and all across this hemisphere. In 2006, after the Ethiopian community here in St. Louis approached us about help fight illiteracy in Ethiopia, we shipped 9,000 books to a non-for-profit agency in Ethiopia and went there to dedicate that to that non-for-profit organization. We also, I can say, in the year 2015, again approached by people out of the motherland, Ghana in particular, we were able to ship 10,000 books to help build a library in Ghana. So again, beyond our rhetoric, we have to practice what we preach. I also would humbly submit there's a movement in terms of getting our community at large information about Africa. We need to, for those countries that's progressive as best we can, or simply to, as a form of information, reach out to various embassies right here in this country to have their ambassadors come to some community event to educate the community about what's happening in their particular country. In practicing what we preach, I'm proud to say that one year, I cannot remember the exact year, but we did bring the ambassador from Zimbabwe to the St. Louis community. We did likewise for Sudan, as it was facing that severe drought at one point in their history, as well as the ambassador from South Africa. Again, some practical things, and I'm so proud right now of the countries of Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso for being the example that what needs to sweep all across Africa. Then we need to reach out to those various embassies that's located in DC to see if we can bring some of their, if we can bring their ambassadors to our particular communities for which the various formations here on the Black is Back Coalition have their main offices. In terms of, again, what Brother Paul was mentioning in terms of just on the economic end, conceptually, we should, as far as trying to finance our movement, have the concept of imports and exports, and I'm proud to say at one point, we had a trading business with a business entity out of Zimbabwe, which was, by the way, Chairman, led by the brother who did get indicted and convicted, who was a Hebrew Israelite, that our organization had a relationship with Brother Greg Turner, that we were bringing in 14-karat gold for a period of time until one of the organizers died suddenly, and it kind of fell apart, sadly to say. But again, practicing what we preach. Last but not, and one other thing on the Greg Turner situation, and I just want everybody, I know everybody already is aware of it, but when he had his, they had his trial, and during the time for him to be sentenced, of course, his attorneys was asking for leniency. The prosecutors were saying, no, we want full, for him to have a real heavy sentence. And he had asked that I come up there to be a character witness, but they didn't call me. But anyway, the prosecutor cited that one of the facts as to why he should have a heavy sentence was his correspondence by email to Zaki Barudi. Just want to throw that out. So they are, of course, monitoring even this conference right now. I just want to throw that out because, as I had made mention on the Jewish Informer earlier, they have made some real negative attacks on us. And of course, that's under the attack of free speech. In response to the attack on free speech. Last but not least, practicing what we preach, we have to stand with those African countries that have a strong anti-imperialist positions and about helping the people. And I'm speaking of, and I'm very proud to have been blessed to meet the leaders such as Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, or the former president Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, or even the president of the Sudan, Omar Bashir, or shaking the hands of the present president of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega. But when they come under attack, it is our response to try to educate our masses of people here in this country as to why they're coming under attack in terms of offering our support. And I'm proud to say that as an organization and representing our organization, in 1987, 1 year after the first bombing led by Ronald Reagan of the home of Muammar Gaddafi, he had issued an executive order not to travel to Libya for US citizens, quote unquote. And our organization, represented by myself, on behalf of the organization, was one of maybe about 50 to 100 people to say the hell with that executive order. We went, although we were hassled going and coming back, but we went there, and as a way of, it was a 1 year anniversary of the bombing in 1987 that we went there. The home was bombed in 1986. We went there in 1987 as they commemorated in Libya that bombing. And I say that to say again, and as well as we had some rallies here in St. Louis condemning the eventual attacks in 2011 that led to Muammar Gaddafi being assassinated by these imperialists led by Barack Obama under the influence of that evil woman, Hillary Clinton, who said, we came, we saw, he died, and was laughing about it. So in terms of Africa speaks for us itself, as Garvey say, Africa for the Africans, here and abroad. And we just are proud to be with a group of organizations and individuals that see this government for what it is, and under the forces of capitalism, I will always say it is an evil system. It is our historical and spiritual duty to do what we must do to uplift Africa under a unification of Africa under the principles of socialism. So again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. And again, drop the charges against the Uhuru 3. Thank you. Any questions, I guess? Am I being heard? Hello?
Zaki, the questions will come after the panel. We're gonna
Oh,
the next panelist. And
okay.
then experience the genius of all of everybody at the same time.
Okay.
So, who's up now? Is it Louise Kinshasa? Has that connection been made?
Yes.
Okay, Louise is in, I think is in London now?
Yes.
Uhuru. Congo, and he was chased out of Congo by the terror. And when they killed Lumumba, they're making various other kinds of war against our people in Congo. So Louise has been first in France, and now has been in London for a while. Who's making this happen?
Uhuru, Chairman, Uhuru, Comrade Mila Davis, Uhuru, to all the brilliant panelists who came before me, Brother Paul, Brother Zaki, and this is just a special moment. We are in a critical time in history. So this conference has carries the weight of that significance. So I just want to salute everyone who is listening as well to this conference, anti-colonial speech, how to forward the anti-colonial speech. Is you heard the chairman, the leader of the African Revolution, going through all these explanations throughout, and you also listen to the previous speakers. So I'll just start to try to be really brief, not to repeat myself, because the essence of what needs to be understood, I think I've gone through. I would just want to say a few things. Every African is familiar with this. Every time the colonizers speak about Africa, it's straight warfare. They don't come to the media to say anything to uplift Africans. They come to create doubts, to undermine anything you're supposed to know or to believe in. And it makes it difficult for our people basically to believe in themselves, to say, right, this is our time, this is what we're supposed to do, because it's a constant struggle, constant warfare. And most of you are familiar with just basic things, because we talked about significance of Africa in terms of resources. How many times you heard about cursed diamond, cursed oil, or cursed coltan, or something like that? But those diamonds, if they were cursed, nobody should touch them. Colonize and colonizers, like, they should not touch it, but that's not the case. All the oil of Africa flows out of Africa, all the diamonds flows out of Africa, all the coltan flows out of Africa, and things like that. So it's not really cursed. It's just a way of hiding the word colonialism. Instead of saying it's a colonial problem, and the colonizers come and say it's a curse. They used to refer to us as a third world. And when I was younger, so third world, you think, wow, you are insignificant because you are the third world, a third of something, and that's supposed to be the first world, something like that. They will speak to you about Europe. They call Europe the old continent. How can Europe be the old continent? Because the Africans moved to Europe just a long time ago, about 50,000 years ago, or something like that. The Homo sapiens moved there. So you can't really refer to Europe as the old continent, because the history for humankind, as everybody knows, is in Africa. They will speak about like China, they will say 1,000 years of a history. And when they speak about Africa, you don't hear anything like that. But all the history of the world is concentrated in Africa. If the history of mankind is 1 million years, then it's 1 million years in Africa. If it's 100 million years, then it's 100 million years in Africa. Any other way you look at it, the history of humanity is concentrated in Africa. So the history of civilization, of course, which it can't be separated from the history of humanity. So you're the first humans, then you're the first civilization. That's just, it's just a basic. So, but you don't hear anything like that about Africa. When they speak about Africa, they speak about corruption. But corruption, that's a symptom. That's not the starting point, because corruption is everywhere. Wall Street is corruption. You come to Paris, you open the newspapers, you go to London, wherever you go to Japan, you open the newspapers, there are always corruption, and big time corruption. But that's not the starting point, because the colonizers live all right. Corruption does not prevent them from having a good colonial life. And they refer to Africans president as dictator. Of course, they are dictators because in the sense that they don't represent the will of the people, they represent the will of the colonizers. But they don't refer to the president, the leaders of colonizers, as dictators because they determine who should be president in Africa, who should be the winner of election in Venezuela, and things like that. But dictatorship is in Africa, and then they mobilize the people in Africa to fight against dictatorship instead of fighting against the roots of dictatorship, which is colonial domination of our people. So the free speech, anti-colonial free speech, is fundamental because we want to speak the truth. We fight the truth. You can't even come to right conclusion, come with right answers. So you definitely need to speak the truth. And the colonizers have no interest to speak the truth. Only the colonized have interest to speak the truth. And so when we in leadership, in anti-colonial leadership that start to emerge, that is anti-colonial leadership that is telling the truth, comes one way or the other and the attacks because they're speaking the truth. So in fact, the attack against Chairman, the attack against Uhuru is an attack against the truth. And everyone should be outraged because the truth is fundamental in everything we do. And you cannot allow any government to stand against the truth. But all the scientists in the laboratories, if anybody comes to laboratories and tells scientists you're going to build your work based on the truth, they will be outraged because without the truth, they can't do the scientific work. And likewise, we're going to move forward with equipping ourselves with the truth. So we understand why the colonizers have attacked the African People's Socialist Party's leadership and what it stands for. We understand that because we are in a critical time in history. We are in a place where history is accelerating, history is changing, and Africa is changing. People in Africa right now, the question of national liberation is coming back. And the anti-colonial speech is fundamental because that's what it does. It leads us, it helps the people to understand the fundamental question is the colonial question. And if you agree that the colonial question is the main question, then the national liberation movement has to be built because, they go together. You can't fight colonialism, you can't overthrow colonialism if you don't build a national liberation movement. And our African national liberation movement is worldwide. And this is what the African people are waking up to. People saying it's not enough to talk about dictatorship. It's not enough to talk about corruption. It's not enough, to talk about Africa that is a new democracy or something like that, as the imperialists would like to put it. People really want to go to the fundamentals. They want to know why China is successful. They want to know why Russia is successful. They want to know all these questions are being asked and what it would take for Africa to be successful. These are questions that are being asked today. Are you seeing demonstrations in Kenya, in Nigeria? Because the press has zoomed on those demonstrations, but the demonstration almost throughout Africa, everywhere. You go to Congo, definitely there are demonstrations. There are strike by the workers. Even the teachers are planning to go on a demonstration if they don't pay them minimum, they call it no minimum salary, but minimum vital salary, something like that. If they don't guarantee them there, that they will not go back to work in September. So struggle is happening everywhere. I think in Angola, I saw a flyer promoting or calling for 2 weeks of a general strike. So we are definitely in a new place. And correct ideas are going to play a fundamental role. And when we say correct ideas, we mean correct philosophy to inform our own struggle. Because now the people are in motion, and you want the movement, spontaneous movement of the people to unite, at least to come to meet the advanced philosophies, the advanced theory of the struggle, so that the spontaneous struggle can be taken advantage of by that philosophy. That's calling for Africans, to complete the Black Revolution of the 60s. The advanced philosophy that's calling for Africans around the world to be united. That's calling for Africa to build a single working class led nation. the advanced theory that's calling for the as a fundamental that we need definitely to get rid of colonial model production, because you cannot build freedom, you cannot build prosperity on a foundation of colonialism, and African workers need to meet that, and that's the work the chairman of Ghana has been doing for 50 years. So the struggle to advance anti-colonial free speech is really fundamental, because it's the struggle basically to equip all these spontaneous struggle, all these struggles taking place in Africa, and the struggle that are to come, because you really, really, what you see in Niger, what you've seen in Kenya, Nigeria, is basically in anticipation of what's going to come. It's going to sweep throughout Africa. We have a population in most of the places, 70 to 8, well, that at least 60% of the population is young throughout Africa. And young people, they want to have a better future, and they're prepared to go all the way. So that's why we need revolution. We need advanced theory. We need basically what we refer to as African internationalism. And that's what we need definitely to beat, to defeat this attack by the US government on the Uhuru freeze, because this is part and parcel of the struggle to complete the Black Revolution. And I want to say a couple of things. Is that the question of colonialism, particularly if you live in natural centers inside the colonizing nations, you're familiar with just the finished product. You don't see the raw material. I remember being in Belgium, and someone who used to work for the Congo Maritime Company, the one that export that ship the resource from Congo, the Congolese Maritime Company, and one of these commanders there asked me if I can tell what those rocks on a train were about, and I looked to those rocks. To me, they were just rocks. And he said, yes, they are rocks, but what type of rocks? What type of mineral? I couldn't tell. They were cobalts. So most Africans don't even know what cobalt is used for, what coltan is used for, what palladium is used for, all these, strategic minerals. And I united with what Comrade Zaki Barudi said. We need to educate our people to know that the copper from Africa is in your house. The coltan of Africa is in your house. It's in your car. It's in your laptops. So all those minerals, just like the coffee is in your house, the tea is in your house, is everywhere, everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. Africa is not something that is far over there. Africa is where you are. That's what the chairman is correctly said. Africa is Cuba. Africa is Saint Louis, Saint Petersburg, and so on. That makes sense, because the African labor and the African resources that extract the raw material, that create the foundation for capitalism to emerge is everywhere. And that gives us the right to fight everywhere and to be everywhere, because we're aware of those attacks on of colonized people, oppressed people in England, led by definitely white working class themselves. We have the right to be everywhere, because our wealth and our resources are the foundation. And another thing I would like to say is that at the moment, if you go throughout Africa in particular, you will see there is a kind of a move that's taking place right now, in the sense that people don't believe the media of the colonizers anymore, like the Voice of America, like RFI, that's the French radio online, the BBC, you name it. Africans are building their own alternative media. And if you speak to any Africans from the continent, they will tell you what the source of the information is. You will see that the so-called the colonial media are not the primary source of information. And this is also an indication of the world that is changing. And the only thing basically we need to do is to struggle for all those alternative African media to have access to advanced theory, to the theory that will allow us to complete the Black Revolution. Because trust me, there are I know just for speaking about the Congo, I know so many people who are listening to, who gets information to the people all the time, and some are struggling to explain the world. Some have more or less, grasp, what they need to say. But generally speaking, leadership is required. Advanced leadership is required for all these struggles taking place in Africa. And I will not repeat that enough, but this is really the significance of the attack on the World Trade, providing this advanced leadership so that the people on the continent in Africa, the people in Europe, the people in Americas, wherever we are, we come to the same conclusion. So we can organize wherever we are, having access to all the best, information, materials, organizers we have, so we can make a difference wherever we are in a way that it guarantees us victory. So we should having these meetings we're having is very important. We have it online. We should continue having online. We should have it in St. Petersburg. We should struggle to have this meeting also wherever Africans are, Jamaica, Africa, and so on, because so we can rally the majority of Africans to a one trajectory. Because the mission of the African nation, led by the African working class, is to get rid of this global mode of production the chairman has referred to as colonialism, as a global mode of production. That's really the historical mission of the African nation, because there will be no peace anywhere as long as the global mode of production remains colonialism. And that's just fundamental. And the Africans, the quicker, the sooner this becomes a dominant understanding, the better it will be. And the conditions are just ripe, because everyone basically is looking for an answer, so that we can get out of this misery. Can someone give me time, because I didn't check when I start speaking. So if my time is up, so I can be disciplined, don't say more than
Your time is not up. Just say you have 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. And the another point I want to say in terms of defending the anti-colonial free speech. If you look at what's going on in West Africa, and it's happening also in other places, you begin to see really an emergence of 2 camps. One camp calling itself the patriotic camp. Another camp definitely doesn't call itself like that. They used to call themselves, Democrat and things like that. I'm not sure what word they're using now, but the people are able to identify right now the camp of the collaborators and the camp of patriot. And this is really fundamental. It's just highly significant that the lines are being drawn, and basically the right to free speech is going to be really, really significant, because what we have seen in the past, in the 60s, when the leadership of people like Patrice Lumumba and Kwame Nkrumah, like in the case of Patrice Lumumba, because he won clearly that the road to take was the anti-colonial road. The masses united with that, but he came under attack, just like the chairman and the 2 comrade Phineas, JC, and everyone are coming under attack. His government, as you know, was overthrown, and the line represented by the Mobutu and others that are united with the continuity of colonialism were imposed on us. And then we begin to see in places like Burkina Faso, in places like Mali, that the collaborators are losing the ability to control the state, or at least to have a monopoly of violence. They're losing that. They can't, they call themselves the patriotic camp. They're also growing the capacity in terms of state power. And this basically is a changer. Is a game changer, I should say, just like you've seen in Venezuela, the collaborators in the United States. They can demonstrate, but they have to be able to overthrow the government of Maduro. They have to have the monopoly of violence, just like Allende did in 1973. They don't have that, because the masses in Venezuela are armed. From what I learned, is at least 5 million militias arms in Venezuela. So you've got this operation, this kind of movement taking place where the people are also calling for them to be included as a part of the state apparatus, because they say they want to defend the freedom, they want to defend their country. So this is something that's it's happening. It's not like what we had in the 60s when we had the national liberation movement was able to organize a state, let's say to organize armed struggle, and then they negotiated with the colonizers, and they united with the colonial state. They maintained the status quo, as you've seen in many places, Angola and Mozambique. But what's happening now is really interesting to see what the role the match is going to play, and how far the understanding of national liberation is, because in final analysis, what we want to have a state power in the hands of the workers. We want a United States of Africa. We want the colonial system as a mode of production to be overthrown throughout Africa and throughout the world. And this, we understand, is the mission of the African working class. But my point is just how to defend the freedom of speech, even in the context where we know the workers are not the lead. In the lead, the workers are not in control, but we have to consolidate the state power away from the traditional collaborators of the colonizers. We want to make sure the traditional collaborators of the African people does not come back to power. Only thing we want to see is a deepening of this process. So that's one thing we want to see. And also, probably in there, we talk about multipolar world, because the argument is been given to us is that Africans, they also agree with Russia, China, and others in terms of a multipolar world. And but the difficulty is that when Turkey comes to Africa, Turkey has its own agenda. They've been given a military base in Somalia. They're winning big contracts in Senegal, in the Congo, and in places like that at the expense of the French and other traditional colonizers. For Turkey, it makes sense to say they want to be a multipolar power, or they want to be in a multipolar world, because their interests are secured in that fashion. So this is also true for the rest of the world powers who are in Africa, Russia, China, and so on. But for Africa, how can you be in a multipolar world if you don't have a world power, if you don't have capacity to project your power outside, not just the country, but throughout Africa and throughout the world? That's what we see. Russia is able to project its power everywhere. China is able to do so. Turkey in the region, in Africa. But Africans who are for multipolar world, how far can they project the power? Where? So the question of power is fundamental. So we say, yes, multipolar world, if it creates, it facilitates the emergence of a united African power, black power, that will make sense. If it leads to the emergence of industrial united Africa, that will make sense. Things like that. So we can't always separate the question of multipolar world with the question of power. So we need to emerge as a people with power, not just in a region, but as a people, with power wherever we are. So that's why the struggle in West Africa, of course, is the struggle for all Africans. So it's something, that's going through. They need solidarity, support from us and things like that, but we need to deepen it. How can we do that? What they're doing is great. France cannot rule in the same old ways. They've been pushed out. The United States is being pushed out of Niger. But how do we liberate Africa from where we are? And I think if I have to say one more thing, probably just on the question of Congo. On the question of Congo, one thing that is important is that
1 minute.
the colonizers, my time is up. The colonizers are not just taking resources.
You have 1 more minute so you can complete what you're saying.
They have a genocide program. Other places in Africa, they get the resources, like Ghana, you might say so. But in the Congo, there is a clearly recognized, and most of the people in the Congo now recognize it. It's taken like over 20 years, but the people recognize it. There is that agenda to clear a large part of Congo, and also put a lot of people who have to be killed in a reservation camps, basically, concentration camps. We have over 7 million people like that. We don't even know how many people have died. Figures are being, given to us, a minimum of 10 million, but we've been saying that for years, something like that. So we begin to see is an emergence of a domain that we need to implement ourselves, the so-called prevention, the Convention on Prevention of Genocide. So the National Liberation Movement is being given a role, as the struggle, develops, that we need to implement ourselves that so-called Convention on Prevention of Genocide. Because the UN is there in the Congo with the army, all the powers are there, but people are being killed on a regular basis, and something like that. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of things that can be said about in terms of anti-colonial free speech. France basically is withdrawing the nationalities from Africans born in France who are accused of being Russian agents and something like that, because they exposed French colonialism in Africa. So you can see why it's necessary, this question of anti-colonial free speech is deepened and united with the masses of Africans and all our friends, so it can become really a critical issue in every home where Black people are located. So I just want to thank you, Chair Linda Davis, and also Black is Back for hosting this meeting. And I think so I'll listen to other speakers and I look forward to the discussion.
Uhuru, and thank you so very, very much, Brother Luwezi. You bring such a very important perspective, especially as somebody who lives on the continent and who has lived on the continent and who has had various experiences there. We appreciate you greatly. Our next presenter, by the way, I see somebody has their hand raised. I don't know if that's by accident. We're going to have question and answers after this. So, okay, that might be an accident or something with that hand raised. But our next presenter for this panel discussion is Brother Dr. Maxela Odum. He is, hold on a moment, please. I get so into listening to these presentations, I forget about the bios, but I have your bio right here. Dr. Maxela Odum, he is the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He also writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast for Black Power 96. Dr. Maxela is also a professor in Africana Studies who has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. And he's also the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. Uhuru, brother, Dr. Maxela.
All right, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All right, so I want to begin this by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, chair of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as the African People's Socialist Party, all the members of the Black is Back Coalition Steering Committee, and of course, members of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Steering Committee, some of which are here, such as Penny Hess, chair of the African Solidarity Committee, and Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So this is important for us to say because the theme of this conference is advancing. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, for some reason.
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. I'm good?
Yeah.
All right. So the theme of this conference is advancing the right to anti-colonial free speech, not one step backward, forward to September 3rd. And that's important for us to understand that on July 29th, Africa came under attack. It's not a coincidence that, the attack waged against us came as a response to the refusal of Africa, even neo-colonial leaders in Africa, to participate in that webinar with Zelensky and all that other stuff that was happening in 2022 in the prelude to the attack against us. But also, one thing I note, and is noted that I teach Africana Studies, is every single time I come across a young African, especially ones coming out of neo-colonial countries like Nigeria, and I show them chairman, They all know who Chairman is. They all know who Chairman is. That speech at Oxford, right? You know, the attack against Chairman comes after he speaks at Oxford. The attack against Malcolm comes after he speaks at Oxford, right? Taking the African liberation struggle to the international level. The attack against Garvey comes after the bourgeois media of the world has to admit the brilliance and the magnificence of Garvey and his 1920 convention. Go to the New York Times and you'll see that. The bourgeois media has to admit it, but then comes the attack, right? Then comes the attack. This is important for us to understand as the historical context, because sometimes in the attacks, we then can understand and learn our own significance sometimes. Because sometimes, you know, you're out there doing your work every single day and stuff like that. You could get lost in the sauce, lost in the weeds and stuff like that. So it's important for us to understand the historical significance of this, right? So the theme of this panel is Africa speaks for itself. When Africa came under attack by Europe some 600 years ago, African history was erased. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has noted the way that arguing that when we engage in conferences like this, we participate in a process he notes of negating the influence and the power of colonialism and Africa coming into its own. So conferences like this is a part of the anti-colonial free speech movement. Africa speaking for itself is anti-colonial free speech. Salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, salute to Luwezi Kinshasa of the African Socialist International who came before me. They both noted that Africa was able to come under attack, not because Africa did not have military prowess, resources, wealth. Africa had all that in the 1400s. From Europe to the Americas to Asia, from the 15th century on. Some of that military success of the colonizers was because they were able to take African soldiers and make them soldiers of the European armies. I mean, this is absolutely fact. This is absolutely fact. I mean, that's why when the brothers struck out, and because they had some African consciousness here in the Americas, you're talking about Zumbi and Yanga and all these other Africans, the Europeans knew they couldn't touch them. Yeah. That's the basis of these maroon societies. But that's important for the people nowadays who want to just be stuck here and understand, no, the maroon societies was them recreating Africa here. They knew they was part of Africa. They didn't think they was part of some, they understood that. But it's important to know that. This can only be done by stealing African identity and replacing it with an identity created by the colonizer. Africa came under attack because it did not have unity. That's what Chairman has noted. That's what Luwezi has noted. Africa came under attack. We had resources, we had prowess, we did not have unity. So under the leadership of Marcus Garvey, for the first time, Africa had a single voice. This is why Garvey was attacked and forced into premature death. They'd be like, oh, he died of high blood pressure. Well, where the hell you get the high blood pressure from? 20 years of the US being on your butt, you're gonna have some high blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? He died of high blood pressure. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on now. Come on. That's why you think Africans walk around this place with high blood pressure. Yeah. Every single African you know got high blood pressure. Yeah. Africans vegan, go to the gym, do all sorts of stuff, and raw diet, high blood pressure. That's colonial mode of production. So so whether you talk about Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Malcolm, all were attacked, forced into premature death, murdered. Under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Africa regained a singular voice, and this is why Chairman came under attack. However, I must add this to my presentation. I was just thinking about this. The colonial state has had to attack its own. And the attack against, not certainly from the colonial state, but the colonizer population has had to attack its own, right? We have to note this in the anti-colonial free speech movement, because this is important, because African People's Socialist Party was created in 1976. 76, right? Sorry, African People's Solidarity Committee, created here, St. Petersburg, Florida, 1976, 4 years after the APSP was created in St. Petersburg, Florida, 1972. African People's Solidarity Committee, representing that function of the African liberation movement in the colonizer community. So this is a significant shift for African liberation, that we have put a strategy that has united the colonized population and divided the colonizing population, right? This is important. More can be said about this in the period later. But I'm the president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, founding member of the Black is Back Coalition. And I would like to speak of some of the important work of the Black is Back, of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, especially on the continent of Africa. Because it was in 2021, if I'm correct, when we saw the uprising of African workers in Southern Africa, and the leadership that Impedum brought to that process there. Impedum, the International People's Democratic Movement, is located in 3 continents at least, as well as the Caribbean, North America, Africa, Europe, no less than 8 countries. In Africa, our membership is concentrated in Southern Africa and West Africa. We're developing in South Africa, also known as occupied Tanzania, Zambia, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. We've built branches in Mpumalanga, where the heart of the African township there, where Comrade Zakeli Mkonza, longtime member of Impedum, leader in occupied Tanzania, acquired a building through donation, which really shows the unity of the community with the leadership of the Uhuru movement there. Similar process in Sierra Leone, where Comrade Morlai Konta leads our work as well. So at the beginning, when you saw the ability for APSP and Impedum members to hold those actions, and there'll be actions held August 31st in South Africa at the embassy by these forces as well, right? All this offers an important place for political organizing, for cadre development, for us, to meet the masses at their political doors. The Uhuru movement, I want to speak a little bit about the history of Impedum, the history of the Uhuru movement, and this thrust towards African redemption, as noted. Impedum is the oldest mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party in existence right now. And much of the work go back to the work of the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, which even predates that, going back to the late 1980s. And I really go and ask you all, go to the University of Florida Digital Archives, check out those Burn and Spirit articles from the 1980s, and really learn about the work that was taking place at that moment. At the time, when people were telling us we were Afro-Americans, African-Americans, all this other nonsense, look at the work of the Uhuru movement and really understand that history. Impedum was officially formed in 1991 as consolidated all these different branches of Impedum and other organizations. I think there was something called the African Community Defense Committee and things like that. Consolidated 1991 Chicago, Illinois, as the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And in 2001, we became the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement after we saw the growth of Impedum in Canada, and we saw the growth of Impedum in Britain. So this is all important, amazing work. But it's in that same year, 2001, that Impedum went into South Africa, right? And our very first branches were formed in Durban and in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2001, interestingly, out of members who were part of the Pan-African Congress's Youth League, which is, this is some magnificent stuff. If you can go to Burn and Spirit TV, you want to go and look at Chairman Omali Yeshitela's 2002 a lecture or keynote address to the Congress, to the 8th Congress of the Pan-African Congress, because it's really a really important and pivotal moment in the politics of African internationalism and the history of the Uhuru movement, and the subsequent article called "The Crisis of Pan-Africanism" that can be purchased it can be read in the Spirit Archive, but it can also be purchased. I think it exists in Amalia Shatella Speaks. So these are all very, very important prefaces to the work of my organization on the continent of Africa. But it goes back even further than that, because it was here in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1974, 50 years ago, and this is all important, right? I'm a historian. I really like names and numbers, but once again, we're in the process of reclaiming the history that's been stolen from us, right? When you come into this work of the Black is Back Coalition, a proper Uhuru movement, or whatever it is, you stepping into a history of 600 years of Africa reclaiming history for itself, right? That has been stolen from us. Thursday, we had an amazing sister, a blind sister, came up here. She presented music. She brought out a tambourine. She said, now we're about to go back to Africa. We're about to go back to Africa, right? And when she talking about that, she ain't even talking about the 1400s Africa. She talking about that Africa that had people singing and dancing in the books that they put into the Bible. Because they don't want to tell you about that. They don't want to tell you about that. They created that Suez Canal so you could think that that place that they're attacking right now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's military is attacking right now, is separated from the place where Jesus skidded to. When it was on his butt. It bounced. They was on his butt. He skidded right across that Sinai Peninsula, right? And they was like, where that blonde haired, blue eyed kid at? Anybody see that blonde haired, blue eyed? Hey, you Leroy, where that blonde kid at? I said, we ain't seen no blonde kids. He wasn't blonde. He was blonde when they stole our history and they repainted everything and shot them noses off and things like that. But that's not the point of this, but it's funny. But no, right? I really want to talk about this because of the fact that, like I said, we reclaiming our history. That's why the historical stuff is important. But it's important to understand this when we're talking about affording an anti-colonial free speech, dropping the charges against the Uhuru 3. And it's still possible. It's still possible, y'all. This ain't took no 2 years because they got a mountain of evidence. They didn't expect us to come to this period. They did not expect y'all to come to this period. Y'all have to understand that. They have to understand that. But we giving them a way out. We giving you a way out to save yourself. It's important to note the federal government boasts we get 98% convictions, but they also they boast that we get 98% convictions. They also boast we get 98% plea bargains. Yeah. They don't want that 2%. They don't want that 2%, right? But political trials are won in the streets, not in the courtroom. So y'all got to be here August 31st. Y'all have to be here September 3rd. Shout out to Comrade Paul Pumphrey and all the work he's talking about. He answers that call. Paul Pumphrey is out here until it's won. Yeah. And y'all need to follow that trail. That 95, we drive one straight shot, straight down from DC and New York, straight down here, y'all. Hop on that 95. Hop on that Greyhound, that Flixbus, all that. Come out here. So I just want to say this because 1974 was important because in May 1974, it was the APSP in ZANU. The African People's Socialist Party organized the first support committee for the Zimbabwe African National Union in the whole United States. It's through this work that We Are Our Own Liberators came into popularity amongst the African independence movement. This is important to know. It's important to know because you need to know your own. This is your history. This is your history. And We Are Our Own Liberators came into the work in the movement in the United States because of the African People's Socialist Party. Because when they attack Chairman, when they attack the Uhuru Three, trying to erase history, and then they give us back terms like Kamala Harris, what, we won't go back?
Yeah.
Or something like that. We won't go back. You know, when everybody knows Chairman Maxela's book, Not One Step Backwards. Not one step backwards, 1982. 1982, not one step backwards. The history of the Black liberation movement since the 1960s. We won't go back. Yeah. Meanwhile, she was in Oakland throwing Africans in prison, attacking mothers with the CPS system.
Yeah.
Chairman was in Oakland building, through the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, building the first defense committees for African families caught up in the foster care system, right? This is important. This is important, but you can only have that direction if you have the vision of yourself beyond this limited sort of history passed down to us by colonizers. So it's just so much more stuff I would love for you all to know about, but I'm running short on time. But I just want to note that, like I said, it was the party that worked with Zani. The party introduced We Are Our Own Liberators. The long history of support with the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, even after people who worked with the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania left the support for the Pan-Africanist Azania and went against people who had and went in other directions. It was the party's own headquarters in Oakland that was the head of the PAC's movement in the United States. We worked with the widow of David Sibeko. We reprinted the speeches of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. We've had members of the PAC that were joint members of the African People's Socialist Party. And this is important, not just for us to see our own history. See, this is important even for our comrades in South Africa, on occupied Azania, and throughout Southern Africa and the continent to see their own history. Because it's not just our history that's going to work. It's their history that's going to work. And sometimes I even feel it's even more deep. Because see, the thing is, we walk around in the United States with last names like Jackson, Jefferson, Washington, with the visual, speaking the language of the colonizers, with the clear understanding of like, I'm an African with a European identity forced on me. Sometimes that's obscured when you're on the continent and you can speak your own language theoretically, even though it's not really, that, you know, your language is 3 words different than the language of these people that live over here, but then the colonizers are gonna tell you, y'all different. Meanwhile, the Dutch and the English slapping hands. You know,
Time.
white, you a Kosa, you a Zulu. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Meaning we get to control all the stuff we know and stuff. This is important for us to understand, right? So this is also teaching people on the continent that we are one people. So I really, really want to just salute the importance of this conversation we're having right here, and say forward until it's done, everybody. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru, forward until it's done. Uhuru.
I want to salute, Director Tafari McGarry, Asa Ampu on the continent, Morlai Konta, Visto over in Namibia. So many other people who are even still with us and manifest in so many other different ways. I really want to salute the work being done on the continent. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Now, Brother Ajamu Baraka was supposed to be part of this conference, and I did see that he was on for a minute, but he said that he's having difficulty, where he is. He's in the countryside. I don't even believe that he's in this country. I think he might be in Colombia or someplace like that. I'm not exactly sure, but I saw him on earlier, but it looks like he was not able to stay on. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. And we can go forward with the program, but if he's able to get back on, you might want to be able to, acknowledge him at the moment he's able to get back on. But in the meantime, our next presenter will be the Chairman Omali Yesitela, Uhuru. And then we'll have Q&A afterwards.
Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru.
I really want to express appreciation for the incredible presentations that's been made up to now. And to you, Comrade Vice Chair, for keeping us in line and what have you. And as revolutionaries, what we say in the African People's Social Party anyway, that discipline is voluntary. Right? We discipline based on our unity with the objectives of the movement, with the philosophy of our organization, that kind of thing. But it was really impressive listening to this. And you can see just by listening to what has been said up to now, why the colonizers would silence us if they could. You hear the wealth of information here that speaks to the wealth that's been stolen from us, that constructed a whole social system based on the most vicious, and not just vicious, but humiliating kind of exploitation. And all of these discussions, I mean, I think it's so helpful for us to get a grip on that history. And this places in the context, even something that's been referred to earlier on. You got a Florida governor who's saying that you can't teach Black history, who would shut down anything. You got not just Florida, but it's happening throughout this country. Opposition to any discussion, any kind of history that speaks to the oppression and exploitation of Africans and other colonized peoples here. So I want to say that, we have to build a movement, and we have to be really clear about this. At one time, I wasn't clear about this in the same way in terms of how we push forth a strategy that would have practical implications in the world, that would have a practical impact on forwarding a revolutionary project. And first thing I want to say is to make it very clear to everybody that the African People's Socialist Party is motivated in part to building the Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, because we want to be free. We want to be self-governing people, just like any other dignified human group on the planet Earth. Want to be self-governing, want to be in charge of our own affairs, want to be able to feed, clothe, and house ourselves using the resources that we produce that exist in our own territories and things like that. So that's what informs us. That's what it even differentiates us from many people who we love so much, because we know that different people come into the coalition for different reasons. People don't like to see people hurt, messed over, exploited, that kind of thing. So that's enough for people to come in, and we say we are really happy. But our objective for building the coalition was to consolidate as many of these forces from around the world, from around the African world, to unity with the objective of becoming a self-governing people. With the moving from this whole anti-racism politic that doesn't lead to anything concrete, to an anti-colonial politic that can only be satisfied with the achievement, the acquisition of political and economic power over our own lives. So that's who we are, what we do, and why this government would attack us. And that's why they would attack the whole Black movement, the revolution of the 1960s, that was about anti-colonialism, that was about Black Panthers, that was about revolutionary, the Republic of New Africa, that was about the Nation of Islam. I'm talking about the original Nation of Islam. I'm talking about all of these organizations that spoke to what? To being a free and independent people, not subservient to any foreign entity that has imposed itself on our lives, that what has happened to Africa. So, and that's the thing, that all of our practice is involved in that. And that's not true of everybody, and we understand that. And it doesn't even give us that much of a problem. If you join this movement based on your appreciation for our position on reparations, or our position, and that's our last name, by the way. I want to say the last name of this organization is Reparations. And I'm saying this in part because the United States government said the Russians told us to go out and do work around reparations. And this is name, and that's also an indication of what the implication of this charge against what they would like to believe is me and the Uhuru 3 is an attack on the African liberation movement that has the audacity to talk about reparations, to talk about we want to be paid for everything you stole from us with interest, right? Because the country and the economy cannot tolerate a successful demand for reparations. And fact is, what we've done is initiated a process through which the outcome will be having power and we can pay ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably what Paul is talking about. Comment Paul Pumphrey is in his way. The whole thing is negate the power of the colonizer. And so we have to push this question of free speech. We're not trying to win Joe Biden or the Democratic Party to become African internationalists, to become anti-colonialists. We don't care if the majority of white people and colonizers in this country or this world believe in anti-colonialism. We don't care if they hate the idea of African internationalism. Our position is to organize and make Africans believe in that. Number one, that's a priority that we have. But the other thing is to tell the people who created this thing, this constitution that you say believe that promotes free speech. We holding your feet to the fire on this. Free speech, constitutional rights. You will either end up conferring that to the extent that's possible. It's very hard for the colonizer to allow people to speak. It's very hard for the slave owner to allow slaves to speak or to even congregate and assemble and stuff like that. That's a horrible threat, because what in the hell are people going to congregate for, and what are they going to talk about when they get together? So that's something that's very difficult for them to do, and that's their conundrum, not ours. Because we love free speech. We don't come at anybody's house at 5 o'clock in the morning with grenades and armored vehicles and drones and stuff like that because they talked. And this is their dilemma, and this is why we cannot be drawn, should not be drawn into something where we're going to convince the Democratic Party or Joe Biden or anybody else that colonialism is bad or that they should support the African internationalism. No, what we are saying is you told us that the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights were fundamental to the operation of this whole apparatus here. Either you believe it or you don't. Here you got a situation that you demonize. You got people who you demonize who are fighting for free speech that you say you believe in. And who are they fighting for free speech? We're not fighting Russia for free speech. No, we're talking about fighting the Biden administration and the United States government. And I think that's part of what we're saying. So free speech. That's what we're demanding of them. We're not demanding that they love colonized people. We don't care if they like Bob Marley, who there's been some discussion around. We say free speech, that even if you don't believe in anti-colonialism structure, even if you don't believe in African internationalism, even if you don't believe the objective, clear recognition that all of us are one people as Africans, even if you don't believe that, you believe in free speech. That means you believe in my right to be able to organize, to articulate around it and say something about it. So you don't have to believe in it, just believe in the Constitution. Just believe in the First Amendment. Just believe in the Bill of Rights. That's our position. That's our position. And that's what we're going to Tampa with if they want to go that far. The Bill of Rights. And they would try to keep us, and this is one of the things that's happening. The prosecution, the state, is made a motion to deny us the ability to use free speech as a defense. So they're denying us the free speech. They're denying us freedom of speech. They say we are being attacked because of attack on the freedom of speech. And that's something. It makes mockery of the entire idea of free speech and democracy. So we have to put them in a situation that say, okay, we believe in free speech, not just for Black people, and which will inform our struggle, inform our movement, and tell people what they have to do after that. Also, I want to say that we move as African internationalism based on a recognition that we are all African people. that no matter where we live, we're Africans. This thing that how do you leave Africa? This is an incredible question. You can get on a ship in 1619 if you're coming in this direction as an African, and then you get off as a Negro. That somehow you're no longer an African. This is liquidating our history and whatever. They can't handle the truth, as they said in the movie, right? They can't handle the truth. They would do anything. They would attack us, not because, and they said this in one of the motions that we filed, that they charged us with sowing Russian disinformation. And our lawyer said, hey, this ain't, they were talking specifically about the war that they made against Russia through using Ukraine. And now lawyer said, well, we got people who can come and testify as expert witnesses on the history of this thing that the United States engaged in terms of Russia and Ukraine. So we can back that up. They said, well, we're not saying that it's not true. Disinformation doesn't mean it's a lie. Disinformation means that it's something that hurts the reputation of the United States. And that's what DeSantis has said. That's what all those people say, that you can't have this kind of stuff in class because it offends white children. It makes white children feel bad to learn that their grandpappies and stuff like that were murderers and scalpers and rapists and all the whole bit. So they're gonna feel bad if they hear that. Think of how bad the people feel who experience that. But this is the kind of thing that they say. So they say it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a lie for it to be disinformation. So there's a lot of disinformation out here by people who recognize the history of this relationship. And so we are one Africa, one nation. And I run into people who, generally speaking, might be considered well-informed, but they're kind of silly. And they say things like, you can't be no African because you don't know nothing about Africa. You know what? You ain't got no African culture. And the reason they can say something silly like that is because they refuse to recognize just how ubiquitous African culture is. Ray Charles is African culture. James Brown is African culture. Mahalia Jackson was African culture, just like Fela, just like other people that you might know about. It's just everywhere. And it's so ubiquitous that it's not recognized as African culture because you steal it when you can. I mean, you can wear dreadlocks. I mean, the Mau Mau was one of the forces that started that stuff, you know, so you got dreadlocks and tanning beds and stuff like that, but we know who you are, and we know who we are. And that's the fundamental question that we're dealing with. So we are one people. And that's really important for us to understand. Say, I don't know nothing about Africa. I know more about Africa than the ordinary, typical African living locked into a village that he can't leave. Right. Locked in, because most African people are locked into the village that we grew up in, that we were born in. You don't even get out. You know, there are people who never rode an airplane until they joined the party. African members who never rode an airplane before. Generally speaking, we are locked in, and then we don't even have access to internet. Generally speaking, unless we do it on our phones, we don't have the computers and other kinds of things that others do. So we understand the world based on how we've been locked into it by the oppressors until we have people begin to penetrate. That's when they call us outside agitators. And that's when they say it's the Russians who did it, because we know damn well we did everything to keep the information from getting to you. So it must be somebody else who did it for you. So, but we are one Africa, one nation. We are one Africa, one nation of people. A sister from Kenya, she used to say, I met her in Alabama many, many years ago, and she said, and they refer to Africans here as soul brothers, right? She said, soul brothers walk like Messiah, you know, in Kenya. You know, I thought it was a really interesting kind of statement. How's that?
Yes, I was told the exact same thing by from Kenya.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because we're one people, you know, and there's no way. I mean, they would try to do everything, and they would make us ashamed of our connection to Africa. Ashamed of what we brought civilization to the planet Earth. You understand? And we brought big lips to the planet Earth. Broad nose, nappy hair. We brought this to and big booties. Except for me. My booties were so little, I used to be on the bench bench press it and it would hurt my back because it was flat, you know. But anyway, that's a poor joke. Not as poor as the one about the stiletto wearing bubble head, but a poor joke nevertheless. So, you know, central to the development of human life itself. And I'm saying this stuff because of how Africans are beaten down by the colonizer, humiliated all the time, being taught all the time by the ones who oppress us of the lack of worth we have, of the lack of civilization, you know, we have. I was looking at something, it's really interesting, just a couple of days ago, because you know the thing they like to do with us as black people, you know, like monkeys, you know, they want to insult us, they throw a banana because they're like monkeys and what have you. And then this comedian said, okay, look at, have you ever looked at a monkey? He said, it's got blue eyes, it's got thin lips, and it's got straight hair. You know, so I mean, I just thought that was really interesting. Depends on who's teaching. You understand? You can get a different message. I want to say that one of the things that we've learned through this discussion too, I think helps to be clear to us, is this whole notion about being foreign agent, working for a foreign agent, and we didn't register as foreign agents. And you know, we're just having this discussion about Sahel. I mean, we have forces in Niger, just maturing, but they've been there. We've been working with them for a while. And we have forces in other parts of Africa. And we talked about how what we try to do is exchange resources. That's the basis of having African Socialist International, so we can exchange resources that's necessary to forward our struggle. But it's easy for them to say, like they did with these brothers in Zimbabwe, that you failed to register as a foreign agent. And they put him in prison. Prince, what's his name? Prince Asiel, I think his name is, from, what's the name of the organization came out of Chicago, went into Israel, Hebrew Israelites, you know? They locked him up, he did time for not registering as a foreign agent. And they could do that anytime they want to. They can do that to us. They can do that to the things that we are trying to do in various places around the world. They could do that because I was in Nicaragua right after the revolution in Nicaragua and had already established relationship with the Nicaraguan revolution before it happened, but they didn't charge me then for that. You know, various other places and things that we've done, it opens up the door just because we're trying to connect and communicate. They want to isolate us and keep our story from being told around the world. And for us, it's not just telling a story for the sake of telling a story, but to organize to have power, to win friends in the struggle for power that African people are involved in. So, you know, every time you make a move, from all practical purposes, they're threatened with the possibility of being charged with working, you know, being a foreign agent in the employment of a foreign agent. And then I think, Comrade Brother Paul, we need to try to find a way, either immediately coming out of this meeting, or in the next couple of weeks, to come together with Comrade Louise and anybody else who can come onto this process, the deputy chair of the program committee, and write a resolution for the coalition to, in the spirit of what it is that you just said, Comrade Zaki Barudi, and the spirit of what you just said, to come up with a resolution from the coalition that would commit us to taking on in practical terms some of the things that was talked about here. And I just want to remind people of this attack that was made on Muslims and Arabs in this country. And it started before 9/11. And you know, they even initiated processes, they called it some kind of executive, where they were snatching up Muslims off the streets and putting them in prisons. Say it again. I didn't hear.
Extraordinary rendition.
Yeah, extraordinary rendition, where they would kidnap people and put them in prisons. No, the families often would know where they were. They had no ability to bring witnesses to testify in their interests, etc. But you know why they were doing that? One of the reasons they were doing that is because their foreign policy that was directed at the Middle East. And what was going to be the most serious opponent of what they were doing in the Middle East? What was going to be the most serious opponent was Muslims and Arabs right here in this country. So they shut them up, they terrorized them, they locked them in prison, they made people afraid of them, and that kind of thing, to knock them out of the game as people who would be willing to fight. The natural base of the struggle of Muslims and Arabs came under assault. And this is one of the things they're doing here. They assault the natural base. You see where they're going. Even if you take us immediately out of the equation in terms of what they did on July 29, you see where they're going. That's what Lord Austin over the Department of Defense is about. That's what the Negro Marine, who was given a 4-star for the purpose of becoming head of this AFRICOM, to control Africa, and that's what the general from the Air Force, who put over the whole military apparatus of America. Can you imagine this? The whole military apparatus of the United States has a black face to it. That's who was in Palestine. You see in Palestine, you see Austin standing, not Austin, Austin and the guy from other military forces, black people. So that's one part of what they would do. They would make it impossible for us to build movements and organizations in defense of Africa. And their insidious intentions to rescue themselves during this deep economic and political crises through bleeding more Africa more. They attack us because of things that we're doing to contend with their ability to have economic control of our lives, whether that's in St. Louis, Missouri, St. Petersburg, Florida, or whether that's any other places where we are doing the kind of work that Comrade Paul is talking about. Africa getting involved in its own affairs, independent of their direction and leadership, that's an extraordinary strategic threat as far as they're concerned, and that's why they would attack us. And that's why we have to defend the Uhuru 3. And there's no doubt that they've identified me as a critical part of this, what they have called counterinsurgency, the COINTEL program kind of thing, who could electrify, how do they put it, and unify the Black Revolution. And we've implemented stuff. It's not just been discussion, we've implemented stuff all around the world, including the creation of the African Socialist International. Fundamental contradiction being resolved when you can unite the whole African world in a single trajectory in terms of struggling for the absolute, total, uncompromising liberation of Africa and unification of African people. That's one of the things that is a strategic, profound strategic contradiction. And the thing about it is if we shut off the cobalt, if we shut off the silver, the gold, if we shut off the diamonds and the other kinds of resources that exist in Africa that they steal to keep a modern economy working, if there's a force that can shut that down, you don't have to fire a single shot. You can just start packing. You understand? You can pass out passports to people who want to go home and people who would rather be there than here in what Trump might call in some circumstances S-hole country. So, and the thing is that, Africa doesn't have nuclear weapons. It doesn't have, because the Negroes in South Africa, they turned over their nuclear capacity as a condition for going to power. They had nuclear arms in South Africa. They weren't going to turn nuclear arms over to those Negroes, even under the leadership of a pliant force like Nelson Mandela, because they knew Mandela, was people going to wake up and want their Africa back and want our Africa back And so they made sure that they snatched the tooth, they pulled the tooth, they snatched they defanged him, South Africa, before they turned it over. So I just think that it's really important to understand that even though we don't have those kinds of things, Africa can project power internationally through us, through Africans who are located internationally. With organization, Africa can project its power all over the world. Without nuclear weapons, without the F this and F that they just given to murder people in Ukraine. But the kind of organization that Garvey was talking about, the kind of organization that's inherent in what we're doing with the African Socialist International, Africa can project, it has a single center, and it can project its power all over the world through us. And this is a real threat that they perceive in our existence as well. So we're just fighting for free speech. We're fighting for the things that all the white people say they believe in, whether they're on Trump or whether they with Bernie Sanders, two sides of the same coin, or whether they with Kamala Harris, for that matter. The same thing. You say you believe in it, then damn it, we demand access to it. We're knocking on the door of the First Amendment. We're knocking on the door of the Bill of Rights. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for us. And we are the ones who fought for it, and you didn't do a damn thing except kill indigenous people, capture black people, and put us under these circumstances. So part of what the outcome, we're talking about a summer project. We're talking about Freedom Summer here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And we're saying that everybody, you don't have to wait till August 31st. We want you here August 31st. I have a big old thing here then. Come now. Come tomorrow. Come do this work on the ground. Join Comrade Paul, who's going to be here for the duration. Join Comrade Emmanuel, who's going to be here for the duration. Join Comrades Penny and Jesse, who are going to be working in the streets, in the community, knocking on doors, putting up posters, dropping flyers, holding conferences and forums right here, educating people about Africa, educating people about Palestine, educating people about what has happened to the indigenous people in these concentration camps that they call Indian reservations, educating people about what's happening in the barrios with the Mexican and other indigenous people who they've locked into this process. It's going to be a good old time. And it's going to be a time that screams loudly about freedom. Freedom Summer is what we're dealing with. And Freedom Summer, fighting for the right for the First Amendment, fighting for the Bill of Rights, and fighting against, in many instances, the very same people who say they are for those things. I want to say that the free speech issue is so important, and that it is something that, like every right, every democratic right in this country rests upon the foundation of oppression of African people. And when you see the United States government, we are used to this as African people. I mean, Emmett Till, they killed him because he said it was not a white woman. Was 14 years old, the same age I was when they killed him, you know. That's a statement about free speech, what they believe. Africans, when I was growing up, I actually thought that African men had physical deformities because we had learned how to walk and look a certain way that clearly, that nobody could assume that we had any ounce of defiance in us. So shuffle along with your head down. I literally thought this as a kid, that you got a certain age and then there's some kind of deformity would hit you as a black person. But it was terror that we lived under. And people learned how to make sure that you didn't even look like you were thinking about defying the authority of white power. Get off the sidewalk. If you're walking on the sidewalk, a white person coming in the other direction, get off the sidewalk. City here, where you couldn't have certain jobs if you work for the city on a tractor, driving a truck or something like that, because you'd be up higher than white people who were working on the ground and for the city. Where you can't even, as a child, you learn, a mother would measure my arm from the inner side of my elbow to the bottom of my wrist, because there was an assumption that was your shoe size, because you couldn't go into the white people's store and buy try the shoes on. This is the stuff that we've grown up with and that we live with that's informed our consciousness. No Russian. No Russian. I don't know if Russians had to go through that so that they would have that experience or not. This is the humiliation and oppression that African people have lived with that's informed our politics and why we're here today. And I know Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis is screaming bloody murder because I've probably outstayed my time. So I just wanted to say those things, and that our objective is, again, is to advance the right to anti-colonial free speech. And one of the objectives of this Freedom Summer it will be the emergence of an anti-colonial human rights organization that would make it unnecessary for us to go and find Palestinians and them to find us. And indigenous people and Mexican, we're in the same company all the time, that we're part of the same kind of revolutionary organization against colonialism. And so we give a real different and really important significance to Che Guevara's slogan of the 1960s, 2-3 many Vietnams, 2-3 many struggles against colonialism. We can bring colonialism to its knees, and all you got to do is just fight for your own freedom, fight to control your own life, our own children's future, etc., and build the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. And thank you so very much, Brother Chairman. I never tire of hearing you speak, although I do have to keep time. Well, now we come to the part of the discussion where Q&A. So definitely Q&A. Also, the steering committee gets to participate in other panelists. And if people have questions, please put your questions, instead of putting them in the chat, please put them in the Q&A section, because that way we can see the questions, where the chat oftentimes scrolled and it's hard to find them if you put them in the chat. So let's open it up and get into it. We have a Q&A. How long is the Q&A? Should this Q&A be, Sister Kenge?
15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. Thank you, Brother Sayero. I want to get, I'll just open it up again. And especially since I'll be giving a report about the healthcare working group. But the issue of when Brother Dr. Maxela was talking about things such as high blood pressure, and even I believe I heard other people alluding to certain kind of things in terms of on the continent and how it affects our everyday life. And one of the things that I have been learning about that I didn't even realize is because so many times we think that what is normal sometimes is normal, but it's really not. It's what the colonizers have told us and drained into our heads. And so we just think that that's how it is. But I had been reading that when people on the continent are introduced to the Western diet, like things such as high blood pressure and heart disease and these other kind of issues that many people over here have, was not problematic on the continent of Africa, and certainly not in certain areas. But as soon as they're introduced to the Western lifestyle, and I guess also, way of thinking in terms of how we relate to food and resources, that begins to change. And I was also reading that Charles Darwin, which I'll just present this quote, and not because Darwin, I'm sure he was a colonizer and everything, but he is reported to have said that wherever the European had trod, death seems to pursue the Aboriginal. We may look to the wide extent of the Americas, Polynesia, the Cape of Good Hope, and Australia, and we find the same result. And I don't think that this is just death in terms of open warfare, but what it means once they're actually colonized and we lose our way of thinking and of relating to the earth. So I just wanted to know if anybody had anything to add to that and could speak on that. If people are talking, you're muted.
Well, yeah, Uhuru, I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think, when we talk about I think the point was that connecting, everything from, transitions in African health, diet, and things like that to colonialism. And I would unite with that. I mean, one thing that I think this period in the United States and elsewhere has shown is even the unhappiness of white people with this social system. The health crises in the white community with the social system. I mean, the opioids and all that other stuff taking place in the white community. But I think one thing that I think what you're also implicitly talking about is the ability for there being an alternative, and Africa speaking for itself, Africa reclaiming its history, understanding that there is an African history that exists outside of Europe. So they essentially turned Africans into Negroes so that they can create white people. I think that's important, right? What this attack against Africa did 600 years ago, Chairman talks about is it produced the consolidation of Europe as a nation. Comrade Paul Pumphrey talks about earlier about the fact that how African wealth, he talked about all the African wealth and how he talks about chocolate and all the stuff that go into production of from moving from cacao to chocolate. All of that stuff is found in Africa and the equatorial world. None of it found in Europe. But Chairman says, but here in Hershey, Pennsylvania, 10 years worth of chocolate reserves in Hershey, in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and things like that. So when we talk about Africa speaking for itself, when we talk about anti-colonial speech, when we talk about Africa rising up and negating the verdict of colonialism, it's about all of that. It's about all of that, and stuff like that. Certain places people actually chew on sugar cane to clean their teeth, right? Some places people chew on sugar cane to clean their teeth, but then they're gonna tell you the problem in your diet is sugar. No, the problem in my diet is colonialism, right? And until we get to that, we won't get to the solution. Or at the very least, you'll be an herb drinking slave. You know what I'm saying? Y'all feel me? You know what I'm saying? You'll be a yoga practicing slave. Because that's the other thing. Chairman talked about, the culture aspect, which was crucial. Eventually they said, okay, well, we're gonna let them play them drums, but we're gonna be there. We're gonna be at Congo Square. We're gonna let you play drums on Sunday. If you don't let them play the drums, they're gonna go. Let them play them drums then, or something like that. But we're gonna be there, right? So no. So the thing is, these things, reclaiming these things should be a process of you moving towards your own independence. So I feel like that conversation is an important conversation to have as it directs us toward what we know needs to be done. Chairman Maxela Odum, One Africa, One Nation book. Go to burningspirit.com and purchase One Africa, One Nation. Excellent essay. African identity is key. I love that one. I have my students read every semester. African identity is key.
Could you repeat that essay that you just said?
African identity is key.
Oh.
So Uhuru. Johnny S.
So something I want to ask the chairman. I heard the chairman talk about how we used to younger, how we walk, time, because we was taught, white person come on the sidewalk, we step up to the side. But the reason I said this, when I was in the Midwest, around a little bit of Kentucky, black people were telling me things about Florida that I really didn't know. They used to talk about the roads were at the house, the road were. I don't know my next door neighbor, the Florida fair, but I got that from being a little bit of Kentucky. And, like, I guess they kept on, sometimes say that, something about me, I wanted for it, I really didn't know. I heard black people tell me about it. And something they told me about it, I don't know if it's true or not. They told me they had a sport in Florida where black people, they take black people and put them in the lakes. When the alligator come and get you, put a stick in and take them out. Do you think that's fair?
I've heard something about them. Yeah.
I have heard that.
I've heard something about them doing sports with Africans and alligators. I've heard something, didn't know like the objectives of their game, but I've heard of something about doing sports with Africans and alligators.
Right.
Yeah. And I think, Brother Johnny X was talking about how he mentioned Rosewood, but you could mention, like every instance. Rosewood, I don't remember the year that project began. And I don't remember Tulsa, Oklahoma. I mean, they bombed Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1920, was it? 21. And that was just a few years, really a few years after the emancipation. 1921, you talk about emancipation, 1865. 1865, you're talking about emancipation. And the reason I mention this, because a whole bunch of stuff happened during that time frame, with Red Summer and the killing and lynching black people around this country. But Rosewood and what we saw there in Oklahoma were examples of African people moving towards some kind of economic independence, constructing our own capacity. And once you can feed and clothe and house yourself, you become a real serious threat. Not only do you become a threat, in some kind of abstract way, but, for example, our continued success here in building economic capacity is a threat to Walmart. I mean, Walmart's got a big old market here. It's got a big market because there's no African self-determination challenge about own economic entities. And I say Walmart because it's an easy target, but that's basically true of everything that's here. Africans in this city, for example, Brother Johnny, there was a man whose name was Elder Jordan. He came to the city and became a peddler, selling stuff on the streets and what have you. And he accumulated resources, and he get resources, and he'd buy property. So he had land all over here. And he became very wealthy. And like Jordan Park, the housing project, was given to the city by Elder Jordan for black people to have housing. The Jordan Elementary School is on land given to the city so African people have education. Elder Jordan actually created a bus line to take African people because, the humiliation and treatment on the buses, if you can get one, was such, and so Elder Jordan created a bus line and took African people to different places in the general area. Elder Jordan may have provided the land where Camel Park is and what used to be Mercy Hospital, the African hospital in this community. Elder Jordan, in the 1930s, when the city faced a financial crisis during the Depression, Elder Jordan lent the city the money to keep it functioning. Now, this is the role that we played here in this city, and that's been disappeared. And so look at what they've done to Jordan Park. Look at what they've done to Jordan Elementary School. Look at what they've done to Camel Park. Look at what they've done to everything that we've created because they are the ones in control. Because once you begin to have your own independent power, then when they take your independent power, you don't even have to be a revolutionary. You could just be somebody who's trying to make a living. You have people in this community, I like them, who were petty bourgeois forces who owned properties and things like that. But they were always supporters. They would fund us, they would give us resources, et cetera, and then they destroyed all those independent businesses. So they don't exist anymore. Now the petty bourgeoisie essentially works for the government as teachers, principals, other kinds of social workers and things like that. That means that they have no patriotism toward the African community. at least the ones who own the grocery stores, and there were several in this city, several Black-owned grocery stores in this city, at least they had to rely on Black people for their income. They treated the Black community differently, and they were supportive of the kinds of things that we were taking on. They supported us. I mean, when the FBI was looking for me once in this city, there were Africans here who owned, at one time, actually owned motel. African put me up in the motel, hid me out in the motel. I'm living in the motel here in the Black community. They couldn't find me anywhere. And there were other sections of the petty bourgeoisie who did similar kinds of things. But they got these weak-kneed, spineless Negro preachers and other forces who are more obligated to white power than they are to our own community. So there's a mutual relationship that exists in the African community, even with the petty bourgeoisie who is independent, who works more or less with his own shop, with his own business, with his own, etc., who can see his future attached to the future of the Black community. But these Negroes who are now employed by the government, they don't see a future with Black people. And the Negro preachers, I mean, you want to find the epitome of what the Jesus they say they believe in was fighting against, the ones who kicked the money tables over, etc. You will find these Negro preachers doing the same thing. The Negroes the ones that Jesus had to deal with when they tried to trick him, and they said, you know, to try to get him in trouble, Master, we know you're a pretty smart guy, you know the scriptures and everything. Should we give our money? Should we pay taxes to Caesar or not? And why would they raise the question about taxes? Nothing in the Bible about paying taxes to Caesar, because they lived under colonial domination. And the colonizer taxes you and use your money against you. And of course, Jesus' reply was, why are you trying to trap me, man? Why are you trying to trap me? And he gave him one of those funny answers, you know, like give to the Caesar what is his, and give to Jesus what is his. So he cut the baby in half. He did a Solomonic trick and cut the baby in half. Anyway, Comrade Johnny, yeah, thank you. I talked too much. I know that. All right.
I just want to read this one question, and then we'll conclude with this section. But this is again from Brother Don Hammond, and he says, "Can Comrade Zaki and the chairman, and also Brother Luezi, speak on the usefulness of Du Bois and so-called Africana studies? Despite his needed contributions to the inscription of African history, his actions with Pan-Africanism and the NAACP could be interpreted as counter-revolutionary. Du Bois' double consciousness is a fundamental theory of Africana studies. What is to be done with Du Bois, given his actions and the need for his level of intellectualism?"
Let me just say this. I do want comrades, we might have to extend it, but I want other comrades to be able to say something. And
Oh yeah, sure.
but Du Bois was an opportunist. When I say this, it shouldn't be heard as just saying a bad thing about somebody, because he was brilliant. He's done some brilliant stuff. I've looked at stuff that was done by Du Bois, and I thought it was just incredible in terms of insights that he was able to make on this relationship that we have with Europe and white people, etc. What I mean by that is that when we say opportunist, we're talking about somebody, a tendency to sell out the long-term aims of the struggle for some supposed short-term thing that can get for a sector of the class, of the group. And Du Bois Du Bois was a member of the NAACP that had been correctly characterized by Marcus Garvey as the National Association for the Advancement of Certain People. And he worked as a member of the NAACP. He also was the person who had a class position based on the talented 10% of the African community should be the leaders of the rest of us for white power. The so-called talented 10th position theory, etc., came from Du Bois. Du Bois worked really hard, worked with the American government to destroy Marcus Garvey and created the Pan-Africanist Congress in part. In 1919, this major thing that they did was in part to destroy, contend with Marcus Garvey, African fundamentalist organization, Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Community League. So he did all those things. So I say about Du Bois, the same as Yeshua, commonly known as Jesus, said to the Pharisees, take from Du Bois what is what belongs to the people, and then let Caesar keep the rest of it. So I'm saying that he did make some valuable contributions. And all the struggle that African people were involved in, they're not as they would sell out lick spills, generally speaking, function in the context of contending in some way or another with colonialism.
Uhuru.
Chairman, I think what Chairman has said, some people go sit down and talk along, make it short, you know, but the preachers, about somebody like this is him, but we all pass where we go to the funeral with that. If he gonna give us that butt kissing Jesus, stay down and beat down talk, we should be buried immediately. Don't have nothing in his mind. That's what I'm
Oh, there are people in the room that may have questions.
Yes,
Could you raise your hand, please? Uhuru.
yeah, can I speak now?
Oh, sure, Brother Louisa, yes.
Yes, well, yeah, just a couple of points. Just regarding the question on Dubois, you know what the chairman has said. The fundamental question of fighting for national liberation struggle, and as opposed to fighting to reform colonialism, and this has not always been clear, because anyone who protested who led a significant kind of a movement, uh, sometimes probably with the case, you know, against discrimination, against racism, or something like that, and they all were put together with people who led genuine, proper anti-colonial national liberation struggle, like the Garvey, like the Ho Chi Minh, and things like that. So I will never put Du Bois in that category, because he didn't know, he wasn't the leader of a national liberation struggle. He wasn't the leader of a struggle to overturn colonialism, so we can have an African nation, or something like that. As the chairman said, he made a contribution as a scholar. You know, people want to know about African history and things like that. He contributed in many ways, but in a fundamental question, he was an intellectual for reforms, want to reform colonialism. That's why he worked with the U.S. government against Garvey, because he was not. Because if he was fighting for national liberation struggle, he would have differences with Garvey, but they would solve those differences in a context how to move the national liberation struggle of African people. You know, that's different. You know, when you agree for revolution, you disagree. You got some differences like that within the revolutionary camps, as opposed to those who are outside it. You know, Du Bois definitely, as the chairman said, was on the side of opportunists. So he was the leader of African national liberation struggle, or something like that. You know, that's and the typical example of African petit bourgeois intellectuals. Yes, an intellectual, but not to solve the problems of the revolution. You know, not to solve the problems like Garvey and Malcolm X and Nkrumah that Africa did to complete the struggle for African national liberation. And you mentioned something about the diets. I'm not sure if I got that, I understood it. But what I would like to say in terms of what colonialism is doing, it's true. The first, we have access to colonial diets, diets that has been standardized or imposed on us, poor diets, deficient in nutrition and all kind of things, creating all kind of havocs. I think there are studies out there throughout the African and Black communities around the world that can show you the deficiency we suffer because of the colonial diet. And another thing, which is also linked with those colonial diets, because they are diets to weaken our bodies, to weaken our brains and things like that. There is an epidemic of fake, what you call it, fake medicine. I think saw some article mentioning 500,000 people die in Africa just because they consume fake medicine, and it's unbelievable. You go to African country, you're going to buy medicine, but it's fake. It's tampered with. It's just, I've been seeing doctors going on a strike to demand that the government, to do something to stop that. And you also have the pollution, and the pollution is serious. When I say pollution, in many ways, the African petty bourgeoisie unwillingness to deal with waste throughout the cities. Wherever you go in Africa, you see that, and they have deadly consequences on the health of the people and things like that. You also go where minerals are extracted. That's warfare. Every time you hear something's being extracted in Africa, that's warfare, because you can extract, for example, cobalt. Cobalt is used to make magnets. It's used for green cars. The batteries of green cars, and wind turbines, stuff like that. Is used. Is a well spread in our industries out today. So to extract cobalt, rivers are polluted with such impunity that the fish people, now they're catching fish who are polluted, and the pregnant African women are giving birth to children with defect. And when we can see, Elon Musk and China and the others competing who's going to produce electric cars and things like that. But the production of those cars, since all those cars must have cobalt, and Congo has something like a 66% at least in terms of production. There is not even a comparison, because the next producer is Canada with 6%. But as part of producing, they're killing the people. They're killing, those African women. It's just a documentary has been done by the doctors in the Congo, and I watched it. It's just unbelievable. Children with something's missing, arms or eye, and of course, the other thing is you will take coltan, because this goes for the mobile phones. Is produced, but in areas where they're produced, as you know, they impose warfare, they counter-insurgency warfare there. And so the peasants are forced to flee. They can't produce. So everybody has to go in the mine, or be dead, or be in a refugee camp, or in a concentration camps. Now, the food there, these are the food produced by UN agencies, different, imperialist agencies, and they go in those places with food. We don't know how it was produced, what chemical is in those food, what's being tested in our bodies and things like that. And you got millions and millions of people are being exposed to only products they are forced to eat, because that's the decision the colonizers have made. You can't grow your own food, because if you try, you'll be kidnapped, you'll be raped, you'll be killed, and things like that. So these are some of the aspects how food, nutrition, and health are being impacted under colonialism, as we're speaking, So yeah, I just to share this one. I hope it makes sense to the question you asked. Yes, well.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, we have.
There was a question on the floor that needs to come up. Oh, okay, there you are. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Here. I came because I'm seeking two things. I'm seeking answers, but I'm also seeking this. I came because I was seeking inspiration. My name is Obing. I was born Marcus, but you probably all know me as Obing. And You know, I'm organized in this very same community, right in this very same building in 2019. I helped found a movement called 100+ Black Men. And we stand out here from 34th Street, and we walk from Shell's gas station all the way down to Botley Park. And we've been doing that now for 7 years. Today was that day that we did it. It was about 12 of us, and we walked from that gas station to Botley Park. Y'all probably heard me out here on my megaphone. And, you know, I'm seeking answers and questions because, you know, the movement that I founded, with 2 other brothers, has been sold out and given over into, you know, the bourgeois and you know, the political party people here in this city. And so the message is not the same. So my energy is kind of becoming wasted. And I also founded another organization called Yes Chef Village, as we talked about nutrition. My thing is about health. And I want to give all of my energy, my time spent when I'm in the kitchen to my people when I'm cooking meals and cooking food, healthy, nutritional food that educates my people on how we should eat because of how we've been eating. And I do that once a month. My purpose in that is to bring the education and knowledge of food resources and accessibility to my people in this community. But everybody that shows up to that, what I call village supper, don't look like me. So the support that comes is the support of white people, and that's okay. I'm not mad at that, but the goal and the energy that I put in it is toward self-determining people like me, people that are to be self-determining, self-governing people. And my question to the panel is how, you know, again, I'm seeking inspiration, but also answers. And that's why I'm here today, is how can I better spend my time? I travel, I'm outside the country a lot. And I just want to know how and where can I better spend my time, my energy, because I love what I do, but I don't want to see any of my movements fall to the wayside. I don't want to see any of the things that I've created from my heart, my soul, the spirit of my ancestors be buried away because I don't have support or I don't have the right, you know, mental, the right mindset of people behind those movements. And so, you know, as I walk down the street today with a group of Black men, it just, the life was gone from the party, the life was gone from the movement. But I'm still here, and I still want to see that movement thrive. I still want to see that movement live on, and I still want to see that movement become something bigger, better for my people, for us. And I just asked the panel, you know, how can I utilize what I created from my heart, my passion? How can I utilize that to bring that information, that energy, that spirit, that life to a people that is looking for it, that wants it, that is thirsting and hungry for that? If y'all can help me with that, I think that would solve a lot of why I came here today.
Uhuru!
Uhuru!
Well, Uhuru, I appreciate that. I appreciate what's your name again? Bean. Obing. I appreciate Brother Obing's questions. And you know, when we lay out the history, this is the 15th conference for the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. You know, formed 10 years before you had formed. Since 2009. And this was an organization formed in response to the opportunism and the neo-colonialism that you are identifying and pushing up against. This is even, I was thinking about this answer in response to some of the stuff that Loizy was talking about, because one of the things is the way in which we hold that opportunism in check is this: we organize the working class in the interest of the working class, right? So you need to organize the working class in the interest of the working class, and organize people that aren't the working class in the interest of the working class. So part of that is organization, right? And coalition. So this is an organization of organizations, which allows for the your organizational autonomy, but at the same time, unity, guided through an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, a set of principles of unity, which is absolutely important. But I think the other thing too is sometimes in those struggles you begin to understand your own significance, as we talked about as well, and that's a natural part of the process. So I think that sort of you recognizing those contradictions and coming to the Black is Back conference today, I think surely suggests that you knew where to go. So the question was answered when you walked through the door, right? So yeah, hopefully that speaks towards it. And then you had the other question about food and health, and I think that's answered as well through organization, through unity. I mean, we got the Uhuru Chico Kitchen and so much other things so I just really appreciate you, brother, and would love during the next break to talk with more about you and see how we can all work together, because that's the purpose of this Black Coalition. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Next, we're going to be bringing up, believe it or not, you shouldn't leave the podium. We're going to bring up Dr. Maxela Odum. Oh, no, first of all, let me read this. My bad.
Brother Sayara, your camera is not on.
Uhuru. Can you go ahead, Sister Lisa?
Are you able to turn your camera on, Brother Sayara?
Yeah, I'm doing a whole lot on this machine. But okay, I got it.
Because we want to see your revolutionary, wonderful face.
You got me smiling. It's been a great day so far.
Yes.
National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, the 19-point platform, MPPASD, created and adopted by the coalition, which is the Black is Back Coalition, in 2016. Since August of 2016, I'm saying since August, Chairman called for greater exposure of the coalition, especially the working groups. So I'm going to rattle off real quickly here the 19-point plan. Let me get on my phone. And here we go. Excuse me, everybody, here we go. It says here, 19-point platform for Black self-determination. Number 1, elevate and empower Black women. 2, protect the Black family. 3, Black community control of the police. 4, free all political prisoners. 5, roll back mass incarceration. 6, full reparations. 7, self-defense. 8, nationalize the banks. 9, national minimum income. 10, right to housing. 11, halt gentrification. 12, nurture Black businesses. 13, free college education. 14, free universal health care. 15, voting rights. 16, U.S. out of Africa, get out. Asia and Latin America. 17, the West must pay its debt to Africa. 18, free Palestine. 19, end climate change and pollution. Very powerful points, 19-point, self-determined, self-espousing as we do when we go out and we talk to our neighbors, our friends, to help with organizing, to get people involved. Like the brother, I'm so proud you came in there today, brother. And so we're going to move right on, because my next call is for Comrade Dr. Maxela Odum. He's going to be discussing the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. And you've got 10 minutes, sir.
So yes, I'm happy that I'm proud to kick off once again. I want to salute Chairman Omar Teller, Chairman of the Black is Back Coalition and the African People's Socialist Party. All the steering committee members want to salute Comrade Paul Pumphrey. Want to salute one of our newest, Emmanuel Maku, that's here, as well as everyone that's virtual. I want to also salute the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, for whom we've been struggling alongside for 2 years. So on July 6th, I felt it was important to bring a presentation around Black community control of police and the work of Black community control of the police, especially when we talk about anti-colonial free speech, right? This was sort of made evident to me in July 6, 2024, we've all seen the video of the police murder of 2024, Sonia Massey over in Springfield, Illinois, 36-year-old African woman killed in her home by the sheriff's deputy there. I think it's also important to note that Sonia Massey is a descendant of an African man who was also lynched in 1908 down there in Springfield, which caused the sort of, as a part of, I think what they call the Springfield riot or something to that extent. So this is important as a part of this long history of colonial violence that we face as African people. But the thing that I think was remarkable in showing the difference, the importance of highlighting this police occupation of our communities as an extension of the colonial violence and the colonial occupation of African community in Africa abroad. Chairman has famously stated that in our communities, we call the Marines the police. In Afghanistan, they call our police the Marines, and this is important for us to understand, because the truth is that coming off of the last panel, you won't be able to understand your power if you think that your power is just some small African community in Springfield, Illinois, fighting against quote unquote racist cops or something like that. The reason why I say this is because as a part of the announcement of her candidacy for president, it was Vice President Kamala Harris came out with a statement about the Sonia Massey killing, and a statement against race, rooting out racism and all this other stuff in policing, as if the solution is kinder, nicer police and things of that sort. But I also want to salute the work of comrades like Isaiah Thomas of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement on the ground in Springfield, Illinois, bringing the anti-colonial demand of Black community control of the police to the people, understanding that. We just passed, yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of the murder of Mike Brown, right? Underscoring another significant shift in the struggle for African liberation. So I wanted to, I felt that it was important for us to talk about Black control police, make a call for you all to build Black community control police working groups, but do like Isaiah has done, and at these moments, take that anti-colonial demand of Black community control of the police to the people. I felt it's even a sort of like a, in that neo-colonial response statement, right? We should the importance of understanding the anti-colonial, the statement from Kamala, understanding the anti-colonial work being done under the name of Black community control of the police. So some of the work that we've done alongside that in the last year, the Black community control of the police, we understand that the importance of taking Black community control of the police on the offensive, right? We believe that organizing working groups prepared to do the work like we see being done in Springfield, Illinois. We have an International People's Democratic Movement initiated this under the slogan of Black People's Courts, right? Saying they have their courts, we have our courts, defend the Uhuru 3, demand Black community control of the police, and build Black People's Courts. So for us, we understood the importance of this doing two things, right? Pushing back against the power of the colonial state to impose its will on us, while also empowering people to resolve the contradictions that exist within our community as an extension of our colonial domination for ourselves, right? So for more information on this, to join the Black Community Control Police Working Group, email info@blackisbackcoalition.org. You can email me directly at info@impedum.org and help us to grow the Black Community Control of the Police working groups. There's a variety of different ways through which we are doing this work. Know your rights trainings, petitioning, taking resolutions to city councils, organizing families and friends of the wrongfully convicted, and even the goal for next year to organize a national Black Community Control of Police, Black People's Courts Conference. So these are all the work that we are aiming to do. But the number one thing I think we can do right now with Black Community Control of the Police is get here, participate in the Freedom Summer. Get here. I mean, I've done the work. I'm doing the work, and since I've been on the ground here in St. Petersburg, Florida, I've done the numbers, right? Here's the deal. 4 people alone can contact 500 apartments in 2 hours. All we need is 4 people can contact 500 apartments in the African community in 2 hours. What can 24 of people on the ground for the next 2 months do in uniting this African community against this colonial assault? Again, so that's what we need y'all to do as well. So we got this long vision, of course, but the call I want to make right now on the Black Control of Police is to get to St. Petersburg, Florida, participate in the Freedom Summer Project.
Uhuru. Next up, we have Comrade Daoud Kalik. And that's point, he's representing reparations, which is point 6 in the 19-point platform. Oh, let me go further with a little bio on Comrade Daoud. Don't worry, I'm figuring it out. Comrade Daoud J. Kalik was born and raised in New Jersey City, New Jersey. He graduated from Henry Schneider High School, Seoul class of 1969. and attended New Jersey City University, NJCU, where he worked with a Black student union organization, the Black Freedom Society, BFS. He worked as a guest teacher with the New Jersey City Board of Education and held that position until May of 1983 when he moved to California. Soon after arriving in California, he began to search for and later found out that about the local activist scene. Since living in California, he has worked with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, Malcolm X grassroots movement. In the year 2000, he became a charter member of the Reparations Platform Coalition. Now, that's what it was called, or is called, the Reparations United Front. To this day, he remains a member in good standing, where from time to time, worked as the organization's memory keeper, AKA recording secretary. Does a good job too. He is now the chair of the Black is Back Coalition's Reparations Working Group, and the floor is yours for 10 minutes, my brother. Uhuru.
Reparations now in memory of our ancestors. And remember, there's only two things left. That's the truth and reparations. And I'll get right into my report. See, all right. Let's see, reparations has become a prominent issue in the news and in this time's current events. A lot of people have a lot to say about reparations, yet know absolutely nothing about it. For instance, and this is all they know, reparations to some is about Black people getting money. And automatically they're against that. There is too much mis and disinformation about reparations. Since being appointed as the chairperson of the BIBC's Reparations Working Group, my attempts to, oh, no, skip that part. Let me go on to the next part. Reparations United Front and I have been building on reparations since the year 2000. Ever since the creation of HR 40 in 1989, the reparations movement has seen varying amounts of news coverage and notoriety with varying amounts of positive and negative points of view. In current times, reparations has become front page news. In 2019, a revised version of HR 40 was presented by the United States Congressional Advocates, accompanied by hearings where advocates and adversaries addressed the subject. Even with the revised version of HR 40, it's still not clear as to what reparations is, who can receive reparations, and who will pay reparations. More on that later. Most think reparations is about only cash payments. And so far in these some of these reparations proposals, no dollar amount has been mentioned as of yet. The movement seems to be divided between those who seek cash payments only and those who seek cash payments plus funds to benefit our communities, administered by community orgs and for community rebuilding and further development. Currently, there are a number of states and cities who have written and signed into law reparations measures and have local commissions working upon that issue. Some have developed proposals and measures that have will benefit local populations. As chairman of the Reparations Working Group, I'd like to see the following. We continue to build the Reparations Working Group and recruit new members. As of now and whatnot, not all the positions have been filled. So in our next meetings, that's one of the things that's going to be first on the agenda, is to fill out the positions in the working group. Work on a clear definition of what reparations is and what reparations is not. We might have to add something to our point 6. Let's see now. We will not be discouraged by naysayers or ignorant adversaries. The modern reparations movement has grown immensely since 1989 to the point where reparations is now sought by other nations, other African and Caribbean nations from England, France, Belgium, Holland, and Germany. Reparations is our quest for long overdue economic justice for our communities. The reparations movement can only succeed if we unlearn and reject our petty differences and learn to love, uphold, defend each other in our neighborhoods, communities, cities, and states. Unity for us should be job number 1. Unify or die. Reparations proposed list. We have a couple of booklets that, there's one of the things that we have as far as the reparations working group is like, we're going to try to like educate people to what reparations is. And there are some books and whatnot that I'd like to mention and some articles as well. So other tasks that we plan to take on are to make a contact list of reparations organizations for future contact, compose and contribute our position paper to be posted on the BIBC website, which is already in progress, as well as our reparations fact sheet, also in progress. Begin plans for a national reparations seminar or 2 or 3. That's why we need the addresses and contact information of the other reparations organizations. Now,
Uhuru, comrade,
I'm not done.
you got about a minute and a half.
Oh boy. All right, I try to rattle this off. There are 4 articles that I like to mention. First is the 10 Precepts of American Slavery Jurisprudence, written by Leon Higginbottom, and you can find that on racism.org. Go back and see if you can find some information on the Dred Scott decision, which came that infamous line from Judge Roger B. saying that white people have, black people have no rights that white people are bound to respect. All right. Also, oh yeah, the doctrine written by the Doctrines of Discovery, written by Pope Nicholas of the Catholic Church, and that was written back in I think 1455. But you know, the Doctrines of Discovery is how they decided to come over here and put African people into slavery and other places that they visited. Also, we have and there's one more document, the United Nations Working Groups experts on the people of African descent. Okay, they put together a report in 2016 where they went around to all the cities, major cities, and interviewed Black people about their conditions and all of that. And they wrote a report about it. It's very interesting reading. Now, the book list. I'm going to suggest that one, read The Betrayal of the Negro by Rayford Logan, Dr. Rayford Logan. 100 Years of Lynchings by Ralph Ginsberg. Reparations Now by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Marxism and Reparations, The Black Freedom Struggle by Monica Moorhead. Very good book, because it's a compilation of essays written by different authors. And two more. Black Labor, White Wealth. This is a very good book by Dr. Claude Anderson. And the one that started it all off, The Debt by Randall Robinson. Those are my suggestions. If you want to further educate yourself on what reparations is, get those 4 articles or 5 articles I mentioned in these 5 books. And you'll be on your way, because this is a wealth of information here. So thanks for letting me make my presentation, and big ups to all the presenters that preceded me. And all I can say is forward ever, backward never.
Did well, comrade. Uhuru!
Uhuru.
Oh, forward ever, never backwards, or backward never.
Brother Sayara, your camera's not on?
It won't allow me to cut it.
It ain't acting right. Okay.
Yeah, it's acting up.
Acting up.
Next up, I want to introduce a very powerful, short, but will tear you apart buzzsaw by the name, and she's a healthcare working group, which is point 14, and that will be Comrade Sister Lisa Davis, Vice Chair.
Uhuru. I'm gonna first start out reading what the full point of what the full text is of the point number 14 for the of the 19-point platform. And I encourage everybody to also go to the Black is Back Coalition website, because we get into a little bit more detail into all of these points. But anyway, we call for free, universal, quality healthcare for all by a public system that serves the health needs of entire communities as well as individuals, given that group health outcomes are closely linked to group political and economic status, past and present. A universal healthcare policy must provide both equal care to all, regardless of social and financial circumstances, and restorative care to historically oppressed communities, which require political self-determination to achieve social and biological wellness. And I want to also add into that, and I'll be talking about this more with the Black is Back Coalition and the Healthcare Working Group. We have the right to determine and define what healthcare even is. I just want to say a couple of things I have been reminded of, especially since we talk about international politics. The first case of anything ever resembling Ebola ever in the whole world was in 1967. Showed up in 1967 in Marburg, Germany, when 31 scientists became very sick with a mysterious hemorrhagic disease, and they were working on a vaccine for polio. This is in their scientific literature. That is the first case ever of anything resembling what they call Ebola anywhere in the world. Then the first case of what they actually called Ebola shows up somehow at continent pox to what was then called Zaire, which is now the Congo, in 1977, ever in the Congo, the first case of what they called Ebola. But however, it didn't show up in the villages where the people were. It shows up at a Belgium mission. First case ever of what they would call Ebola. And they called it Ebola because it was near the Ebola River. And of course, they just changed the definitions because they're like, oh no, well, Marburg disease is not the same as Ebola. So I just think that that is important information for our people to know. As the Healthcare Working Group, we want to be there to help our people navigate through these, what they call healthcare system. We believe that it is as important to have a team working with you to the extent that you can, whenever we have to have anything to do or to access these what they call healthcare systems. The same way we know if we go into court, we got to get people behind us and everything like that. That's how we should view what they call these healthcare systems. And also a system that is run by our oppressor is never going to save us or to advance our health. And I think we can clearly see that by the fact that we have always the worst outcomes of any metric under colonialism. Black people always have the worst health, the worst outcomes of any metric. And the same is with what they call medicine. And oftentimes I like to spell it MEDISIN, in terms of how it has been used as a weapon of colonialism. And one of the things that we in the healthcare working group try to do, we want to build, resource. We want to build, healthcare activists or advocates. If people are in need of something, if people have to go into the healthcare system, which at some point we probably all will have to, at some point have some dealings with this healthcare systems, whether it's us or whether it's with the family member. And we like for people to be as prepared as anything. We want to make sure that their voices are heard when we advocate for them. And we also believe the healthcare working group, anyone can join the healthcare working group as long as they have a heart and they want to see our people advance. But we will not put down the natural pathway ways of we will not do that at all. In fact, the things that we tend to talk a little bit about more are the natural pathway things, because we would never prescribe medications at all, with the healthcare working group. We would never do that because, they come with various risks and stuff like that. But we like to provide people with information in terms of how they can help navigate this system. And some of the information campaigns that we are working on, again, one we're going to resurrect, and that is about birth control, the issue of birth control, and the Black community. And we see that the issue of reproductive health and reproductive rights means something quite different for Black women than it does for the descendants of the colonizers. We often hear about how, Black women, when we go into these medical places, when we are giving birth or whatever, we oftentimes hear that our voices are not heard. Many times that they will do more procedures on us than on other kinds of people. But one of the things that they were doing and they were targeting our community with is birth control that has deadly side effects like Depo-Provera. And at one time we had a campaign going pretty strong, recommended by some of the brothers in the healthcare working group, who was like, you got to learn about what's going on with this thing that they had heard about. So we're going to be updating that campaign and getting more research about that, because we want our people to also have information and to know about other things that we can do, even in terms of the field of when it comes to reproductive rights and choosing whether or not we want to even conceive or not. And oftentimes they promote the hormonal way of doing it, which comes with all these side effects, but there are other non-hormonal ways that help to really teach women about our bodies more than the way that they do, and they just push like the pills or the shots or whatever. We just want our people to have as much information as they can. And another campaign that we're going to be working on is also about ventilators. I surely don't have to tell any of you, I'm sure, all the trauma that our community went through when COVID hit. And a lot of that had to do with how disease is even defined, and then the options that we have. Many of them push ventilators. My brother, right in front of me, was killed when they put him on a ventilator. I don't want it to happen, but I was unprepared for a conversation about ventilators. And I remembered hearing that there were other things that they could do, things that were non-invasive, like repositioning yourselves and stuff like that. But when I went into the hospital with him, I just was not prepared for that conversation about a ventilator. And, He's key transition, but I believe in turning pain into power. So those are two of the campaigns that we decided to, one we decided to relaunch, another one we want to continue to execute because we want our people to know about the things that they need to know. But one of the things that I find to
30 seconds.
One of the things I find to be a challenge is getting our Black people to understand that we have a whole other way of relating to this earth. We have a whole system of healthcare. We are the first people to populate the earth. Life began on the continent of Africa, and we did not survive. The fact that we survived is not a mishap. We have the longest uninterrupted lineage on the planet on the continent of Africa. That's not a mishap. That's because of our knowledge. And much of colonialism is about controlling your speech, but also controlling your knowledge and even defining what knowledge is and what medicine is and all of that. We have our own way. And I just want our people to really understand that. And one thing I will just say this much, during the COVID pandemic, I remember I was just doing a lot of research and just trying to find out. I always want to know about what somebody used that seemed to help. So I was hearing about all this stuff coming from the continent of Africa, all these herbs and everything. And of course, mainstream media was putting it down, talking about, oh, they're just witch doctors and all of that. But I would always go into their sources, like PubMed and what their medical literature would say. And all of those herbs that I would be hearing about, every one of them, they would be talking about the tremendous properties and the efficacy of these herbs. So when they are also going on the continent to extract things like cobalt and all of that, they're also extracting their knowledge and their plants, their natural medicine. They are also extracting that. So I think that's time. Is that time for me, Brother Sayaro?
You take your cues from the chairman, don't you? But no, honestly, yes, your time is up, and very, very good report.
Yes, join the healthcare working group. We need you.
And you have helped me so much immensely with my help. And I just want to thank you. Sorry I can't come on the screen. It says you cannot start your video because the host shuts you out. Oh, okay, you let me in. Okay.
But now before we weren't even seeing you.
Yeah, I know I was invisible.
Now we can see you.
Now we're gonna call up the Youth Student Working Group committee person, chairperson. That would be Emmanuel McCoo. Is he in the house today? Emmanuel, we need a bio, my brother.
Oh, I sent over a bio via text to
When you send it.
Where did you send the bio?
Text through Vice Chair Lisa Davis.
Don't hide behind that computer. All right, go ahead, commence, my brother. You've been doing some fantastic work. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Okay.
Wait, you've got 20 minutes. I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
All right, thank you. Uhuru, you know, to the various people who are in attendance, whether physically or virtually, and thank you so much for, you know, those of you who have come a long way to being here, and as well as I'd like to also show my appreciation to the Black Hispanic Coalition Steering Committee, Chairman Wally Chatella, who is the chairman of the Black Hispanic Coalition. My name is Emmanuel. I am the chair of the Youth and Student Working Group. I'm here to give a presentation about the work of the Youth and Student Working Group. And so we can get started. This is the 2024 Black Hispanic Coalition Youth and Student Working Group presentation. So the mission is to win Black youth to a national Black political agenda for self-determination. to win Black youth into national organization, to win Black youth into the Youth and Student Working Group, to build the Youth and Student Working Group, and to build the Black is Back Coalition to capacity. This is a working group that is being reestablished. So earlier this year, a request came down from the Black is Back Coalition's steering committee to build the Youth and Student Working Group. And my name was put forward in order to do that, to achieve that. And so it's time to build. Immediately following February, I was getting familiarized with and reviewing the Black is Back Coalition's, work and just organizational, knowledge and how we operate and things like that. And so we were also asked that month that we be on the program for the 8th electoral campaign school. In April, the Black is Back Coalition's Youth and Student Working Group gave a presentation during the 8th electoral campaign school and gave the call to join the Youth and Student Working Group. The month following that, in May, I had attended the Black is Back Coalition's training school. This was a school, a training that was done by all the chairs of the the various working groups. And so I learned a lot from there. And that month also, the Youth and Student Working Group attended the Black Mothers March during Mother's Day. And one of the slogans that was being put up was another Black child was kidnapped today. This was a march that was put on by our comrade sister organizations in the African National Women's Organization, as well as Arrest CPS. The following month, it was building time, so I really buckled down to building the leadership team. That month, we had our first Youth and Student Working Group meeting, and it was a meeting that was very enthusiastic and exciting, which was exciting to me as well. I love how we're feeding off the energies of each other, and members were very enthusiastic about uniting to take up leadership roles, which was something that was being asked in that meeting. That initial meeting, we had also established goals for ourselves as a working group. This is the work to, so this is the work as well to build the leadership as well as the working group itself. So our goals for the first meeting was establishing the working group through political education with our members, based in the Black is Back Coalition's, based on the Black is Back Coalition's organizational documents, who we are, our demands, our principles of unity. Last meeting we had learned the 19-point political, the 19-point, national Black political agenda for self-determination. Next, the bringing member organizations to join the Youth and Student Working Group among the coalition itself. Our success will inevitably bring that out. Not only members, organizations here in the coalition, but also on the campuses, student organizations as well. As well as take on campaigns and issues that members are interested in working in. Lastly, to recruit and build, to recruit and build, to recruit and build. So our leadership body currently has myself as a chair, the deputy chair, Don Hammond, who has been participating throughout this event. He's an amazing deputy chair, and his leadership is something that I'm super thrilled in seeing. The first to be enthusiastic about the work, the last to log off the meetings and things like that. That's a really good deputy chair. Secretary, we have Comrade Jewel, who has taken up that role as secretary with enthusiasm. The very first meeting that she was secretary in, she had taken amazing meeting minutes, by the way. And it's also gaining inspiration and confidence in her abilities as well as learning what it is that we're doing and how impactful it is, and she's understanding that and is carrying on the work. Lastly, among the leadership body is Comrade Sister Soliana, who is an amazing agitation propaganda coordinator, who leads our PEs and definitely exuberates just what it means to be a cadre and vanguards and things like that. I know that she takes on a lot of work and she's she's an incredible person to have in leadership. I hope all these members are up online. I will. I think we do like end of the year presentations. I will have them on, doing presentations and things like that. So in July, the Youth and Still Working Group participated in the Black is Back Coalition's outreach at the International African Arts Festival in Brooklyn, New York. This is where I met with student leaders as well as connected with youth in the Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition. They had united with working together on introducing the question of political prisoners into the schools. And so that is something that will be in our future work. We also in that festival was also Comrade Sister Betty Davis, who leads the education working group. And so she had promoted this this idea of adopting a school. I didn't know what that was at first, but that was something that was very interesting to me. So I brought it into the working group itself, and she had trained us as well as educated us on how to do that. And that is something that the working group had united with taking on that campaign to adopt a school. Here are some pictures from the International African Arts Festival. And so you can see here Betty Davis as well as Charles Barron and a number of other folks from the coalition itself. In August, the working group had united to participate in Freedom Summer, which is something that is being led, a campaign that is being led by a chairman of the Black is Back Coalition, Chairman Molly Shatella. And these members have also united with coming to St. Petersburg, Florida. The working group will be working to create Freedom Summer / Snake Style trainings, which we will go back into the campuses to use to organize, as well as to win students. Being involved in Freedom Summer, I'm currently, I'm on camp, so I'm currently in St. Petersburg, Florida. And I've been participating in Freedom Summer, going door to door, talking to people, being boots on the ground, with the different comrades from the coalition who are present here today. It's nothing like I've, ever witnessed before. And I see why this was, a SNCC and Freedom Summer. I see why this is something that the government doesn't want because of its impact. Its impact in winning, our communities and youth as well. Youth has responded so well to our outreaches and things like that. And so that's something that's really important. Going door to door to the various to the campuses, the dorms, and things like that, where nobody's going door to door into the dorms, going door to door to organize, because that's a community in itself. So our future work includes the adoption of the Adopt a School campaign, which currently the various members among our working group are doing some research in terms of which school and programs that are available in their areas that they can contribute to, just to have access to those to those classrooms, as well as to that community, because it's not just the students that you have access to; it's the entire community. And so that's one of the campaigns. The other campaign is Freedom Summer campaign, which is currently ongoing. We'll also be working to learn more about this Freedom Summer thing, the campaign, Freedom Summer, and what is SNCC style organizing? What does that mean? And so we have different contacts that we'll be reaching out to get that education so that we can be more impactful on the ground. And we'll be working to do recruitments on university campuses and dorms as school is coming back in session. And so lastly, I'm calling on all youth and students to join the Black is Back Coalition's Youth and Student Working Group. It is time to build. When we talk about education, it was Frederick Douglass who said something to the effect of, where you have education, you do not have slavery. But the education that we receive, allows, regular people in the community to be unseen and unheard. That's the education that we receive allows the entire nation, of people in this country to accept, bombs being dropped on babies and war being waged on oppressed peoples all around the world. It allows us to accept that blindly. That's the kind of education that we receive. Where the quality of life and things like that are decreasing, and it's creating crisis. That has to be pushed back on. With the ultimate objective of the freedom and liberation of Black people. And so that is the call. Please do join the Youth and Student Working Group. Go to the Black is Back Coalition.org. Join there. And if you have any questions or anything like that, send an email. Shoot us a contact or something like that. Or
Uhuru. I want to say something about this young man, Emmanuel McCool from the DMV. He did send a short bio through, he sent a short bio through text. I chair the Youth and Student Working Group. I am a member of IMPEDUM and the APSP. I came into political participation. I came into political participation. Excuse me. I came into political participation through the annual march on the White House and am a product of the work of the BIBC. I'm relatively new to organizing and am a faithful student of the revolution. Uhuru, you're an inspiration, Comrade McCool, very much so an inspiration.
Yeah,
So
we had a blast at the International African Arts Festival in July. It was awesome.
yes, yes. All right, we're gonna have next up. We're gonna have the Joko Collective come to the fore, but I'm gonna read their bio real quick, and that would be Comrade Yusuf W. Yusuf Doucette. He was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and has been a lifelong Californian, spending his late teens and 20s in the San Francisco Bay Area, attending college at St. Mary's College of California in Moraga, California, and then transferring to San Francisco State University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Black Studies. He is a member of the Joko Collective, a grassroots community education project. Check them out on Facebook. Next is Tasha.
Excuse me, my brother, sir. I don't think they're on, brother. Yusef? I don't see them in the room.
They're not on.
Okay.
Okay, we won't be having them today then. God darn it. All right, so I think that about concludes the part of presenters.
Right.
And so next up,
Q&A.
I think you are on, Comrade Sister Lisa Davis,
Right.
Vice Chair. Powerful buzz saw you. Uhuru.
Trying to turn my, now restart my video. Wow, we're at that section of question and answers, Q&A. Again, if anybody has any questions who's in the Zoom room, please put them in the Q&A section. That way we can monitor it better. Any questions, anyone? Panelists, I know you all got something to say, something to ask.
I did have something for the group prior that was speaking out of Africa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sister Ikenga was also saying that there's somebody in the room who had a question.
No, that was then. She said it was answered.
Oh, it was answered. Okay.
And my question is, with all that collectiveness that's going on, there goes my video, all the collectiveness that is going on, and Chairman, you started the move into Africa in 1974, which is a very powerful move. And then gained a lot of alliances in occupied Azania throughout. And then others have been there as well. Do you see us gaining more and more? You mentioned someone, and I see this too, and a global military. And I understood that the chairman said also that they psyched us into giving in South occupied Azania into giving up the nuclear arms, just like they psych us into buying back guns. I guess my question, to make it solidify, do you see that we can and are going to be able to build that military, and since we are 2 billion strong, and what would that take outside of ingenuity? Because we'll have to do this everything ourselves. Uhuru. Anyone?
There are others who may want to address this question, but I think what I want to say is that, go ahead, Paul. Yeah, I think that Africans are just like all other peoples who want to be able to advance our own interests and things like that. And we live under a horrible system of colonial mode of production, and stemming from that colonial mode of production, we have so-called capitalist system, imperialism, and things like that. And this whole ongoing struggle for markets and research and resources, competition between different states, and up to it's been most recently is colonial capitalist states. This competition between them has been the basis of wars and the development of a certain kind of military capacity that's put the world on the defensive in terms of having to respond to that. So one thing I would say around that is Africans are not different from other people. That we are in the search in a quest of our own state power, for our own capacity to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, which means that we will have to struggle against forces who will try to prevent that from happening. But what I see is the biggest problem that we have is not that we don't have the military, is that we don't have educated cadre who can do the kind of work that's necessary to educate, organize the masses of our people, and to engage in a strategic quest for the destruction of colonial mode of production. So I'm not calling for the military, et cetera. I'm scared of the military when the masses of African people do not have political education, organization, and strategy to win our own freedom. Any military that stems from that is a potential threat to our freedom, to our lives, and stuff like that. So that's what I would say about that. And I would say also the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. It just represents a real fundamental thrust toward the liberation of our people, toward helping to win African people to recognition of a commonality of the struggle that we're involved in, the solidarity, unity with other oppressed peoples around the world, and to build friends and allies for our struggle. And that's the thing that I think we really have to concentrate on. So people know what has to be done. When they have the opportunity to do it, they do it. And nobody has to tell somebody of that need. Like this whole notion that we need some outsiders to tell us that we need to fight back or something like that. Nobody has to tell us. That it's the colonizer, the oppressor, that sets the terms of what is necessary to be free. And if you look at the 14 points of the African People's Socialist Party, you see there's a point there that speaks to the question of having the African People's Liberation Army to defend the rights that's been won by the people. It's our own characterization, if you will, of the Second Amendment, that the right for the people to have arms, to be able to defend themselves or anyone who attacks our freedom, etc. That's what all people would fight for. And anybody who tries to disarm you wants somebody who's trying to keep you in a state of slavery. But that's not what we're fighting for in terms. We're not trying to build an army at this point. What we're trying to do now is establish by what this coalition is doing at this conference, and we're fighting for free speech, etc. And if we organize people to take that on, we'll see some people who we'll find the question of armies and stuff like that minimized. Sundiata Acoli, I love. He made the statement I thought was so important. The more sweat in peace, the less bloodshed in war. And that we have to sweat like rain right now. That's what the Summer Project is all about. Sweating, that's what Comrade Emmanuel has been doing, knocking on doors, talking to people, winning people, young people in the parks and other people in various other locations, going through housing projects and apartments. And that's the Summer Project that we're involved in. And that's the thing they fear more than they do people who fight for the Second Amendment and to carry guns. They fear, they didn't attack us because they thought we had an army. They attacked us because they know the people are the real power, the people are the real army, and we were going to the people. That's the force that we're working with. That's the force that we're developing. Uhuru, come in, Paul, I think was going to say something. Uhuru.
Basically, I wanted to talk a little bit about a caution. A number of countries that I've been in, whether it was Haiti or different places in Africa, it is not that people don't have the skills to make clothes. For example, last month I was in the Congo. The top I'm wearing right now, a brother in the Congo sold for me for $5. The bottom line is, if we ever were able to organize the folks there in sewing, we could help create a market here to help them generate income to support themselves and their families. One of the things that the United States does is that it's forever giving second-hand clothes to Africa, which often means it runs people like the brother who made this shirt, this dashiki, run them out of business. because now you got this cheap clothes, secondhand clothes coming in. And I remember one time I was in Haiti and there's a small kid walking around with a T-shirt with a Confederate flag on it. He didn't know what it was. He just know that, you know, his parent probably got him the shirt because it was cheap. And so I would suggest that one of the things we need to be careful about is not helping the dumping of secondhand clothes on African people, but give them the opportunity to make the clothes where we could then buy the clothes, like the one I have on here, and help them to be able to financially support their families. And so when we talk about this idea of contributing secondhand clothes to Africa or the Caribbean or Central America or wherever, it often has a negative impact on the ability of that community to have the jobs. And so what ends up happening is they can't get the jobs doing that. And what happens? You have Disney and other companies coming there, setting up their factories, bringing the people with the skills of sewing to work in their sweatshops. And it would be better for us to where they could actually make the clothes and sell them and be able to get a much better benefit from it. So that's just a suggestion I would make about the whole idea of bringing in secondhand clothes to the diaspora. Thank you.
Lord, I just want to say, comment, Brother Paul, that that's something we've been working on for a while. In fact, the organization, the party in occupied Tanzania in South Africa had actually acquired a building for the purpose of that kind of production. Because you're right, it's an economic issue. It's an economic relationship that Marcus Garvey was working on. It gives us the ability because there's a market in so many places. I mean, African, and then there's a labor force on the continent of Africa that's incredibly important. And labor is the most expensive part of the whole production process. And that's why you would see that the corporations will move their factories, if they could, to Africa, move them to Vietnam, move them to other places where the labor is inexpensive, because that's one of the highest parts of costs. And so we have access to an extraordinary labor force on the continent, and we can treat people with dignity. And it's not a matter of helping them; it's creating an economic process that replaces the process that we're all trapped in now, so that Africa can have its own independent economic capacity. When I say Africa, I'm talking about those Africans that dispersed all around the world. So we've been working on that for a while now in South Africa. And I just wanted to mention that to you. And what I would like, if it's at all credible, and I'm saying this to Comrade Kingi and the Vice Chair, who's responsible for the program here, since I don't know if we used up all the time that we had or not, because someone was, Joko is not here. But if we could get, 5-7 minutes or something like that, or more, depending on the time, from the two others of the Uhuru 3 to make a comment here at this conference, where we are talking about organizing the whole world to get here. And because white people need to see themselves on the right side of history, and you can tell your white friends, this is what you saw, and they ought to be just like these comrades when you come up to speak. So how do we fix the time?
We're good from my end. Yeah.
Penny Hess, who is chairwoman of the African People Solidarity Committee, that was founded in this city of St. Petersburg. We've called it the City of Resistance for a reason. Who came to the first founding conference that we held here in this city, 1976, was it? Yeah. 1976. And we held a conference. There were several people at that time, maybe more than 30 some odd people who came, more than that, huh? Yeah, came from that we had organized. We had some kind of relationship, supporters or something to that effect for long periods of time. So we pulled together this meeting right here in St. Petersburg, Florida, to build the African People's Solidarity Committee. And people who are in the North American or white community that would work, that would be their task, working behind enemy lines more or less to organize solidarity with white people, settler colonizers. And by the way, this is one of the things that we did when our objective, when we went to Russia in 2015 as well, to organize African People's Solidarity Committee there. So we can have bodies of ordinary Russian citizens who would be taking the question of Russia, Africa, and African people throughout Russia. So come at Penny Heads, Uhuru.
Chairman, I want to salute you and your leadership. I want to salute the Black is Back Coalition and Vice Chair Lisa Davis, Lily Kenge, Mr. Paul Humphrey, Emmanuel, and President Maxela, and just this has been an amazing, powerful day. Just understanding and deepening the whole crisis of imperialism and the role that Africa and African people play in changing the world and be key force. And I want to say that it is incredibly, it's just been a powerful thing in my life to have come here in 1976 when we were forming the African People's Solidarity Committee, and to know what an incredible journey that I've had the honor to be on, and my other comrades in APSC and Uhuru Solidarity Movement, to be part of changing the world and part of rectifying the relationship that white people have had as the colonizers to African people. And I do believe in it. I think that we're in a lot of interviews as I just want to say this. And people have asked me several times that are interviewing us, and when I talk to them about what is APSC, what it means for, to understand this colonial mode of production that the chairman taught us about, and to understand that white people are the colonizers, and that everything that we have voluntarily participated in genocide, in just the assault on Africa and African people and indigenous peoples, and the wealth that we have in our possession, based on that reality that we can change this. And people who have interviewed me and said, well, do you think that what do other white people think about this? I think that white people are looking for answers, and that, it is our responsibility and our honor to be able to take this out and to win other white people. I just wanted to say that, the whole, like you said, that this attack on the party is something that in the 1960s, there wasn't a solidarity movement. There wasn't an accountable organization of white people under the leadership of the African Revolution to be able to, to break the isolation. And we've always said that the existence of APSC, the creation of APSC, was about breaking the isolation of the African liberation movement, and that we take the anti-colonial understanding, we take African internationalism and the understanding of the colonial mode of production into the white community. And that's why we're attacked as part of the attack on you and on the African Revolution, that they want to try to intimidate the solidarity from the white community, but they can't do that. And when we see the powerful leadership today, when we see the Black is Back and the African People's Socialist Party and this growing worldwide movement for African liberation and its relationship to the Palestinian people and the indigenous people and the struggle for Leonard Peltier to be free. And, you know, there's no way they can't crush this. They can't crush this, and they can't and will not intimidate other white people when white people have the ability to see the world as it really is and to have a principled relationship to Africans and others. So I am very confident that whatever happens, we will win. We will win, and that you know, we're about to embark on this period of the unfolding, you know, very new period in a sense, and you know, the party, everything is a victory. Victory is ours. They cannot intimidate. They cannot crush this movement. It is deep. It is entrenched, and African people will win, and are winning. And we are on the winning side. So, you know, and I see how the party led the Hands Off Uhuru, fight that coalition and built that. And just, you know, all of these myriad of organizations, over 200 organizations standing with the party. And many of them are white organizations as well. So this is a powerful period. Party is winning. We are winning because we are on the winning side. We know that reparations to African people is the future. That is the liberation, the return of the stolen resources, not just during the time of the enslavement, but during the whole colonial assault that continues until today, that the resources are owed to African people. The party is winning. I am proud to be on the winning side. Yeah, we're going to kick the ass of the ruling class, and we will win.
Does anybody remember what year was Tet Offensive?
It was
1968, the Tet Offensive.
Yeah.
You know, something that the colonizers never learned is that they could win battles but still lose the war.
Yes.
They continued, they won battles. The Tet Offensive was this amazing thing that happened under the leadership of the Vietnamese Revolution. People who wanted to be free, first from French and then, in this instance, from American colonialism. And so they had a strategy to win that freedom. And the United States only had an interest in trying to crush that the people trying to win their freedom. And they never could understand why they kept winning battles, but they was losing the damn war. And the Tet Offensive was an all-out major assault that was initiated by the Vietnamese. And I've heard it said by people who even worked with Vietnam, exile in Vietnam, Africans like Robert Williams, who tried to salute General Vo Nguyen Gia, who was an amazing, incredible general who led that struggle. And he, Williams were, you know, talking to him, and then other people also said that part of the Tet Offensive was influenced by Detroit, by African uprising in Detroit, Michigan, where they saw what the possibilities were. And so, but a lot of Vietnamese, they had Vietnamese killed all over the place. But it broke the will. Vietnam broke the will of the colonizers, and they wanted to get the hell out of there. And when you look at what's happening in Palestine, people are talking about the Palestinians, these mysterious tunnels. The Vietnamese learned, and the Palestinians, I'm sure, learned from Vietnam. That had tunnels, they built opera houses and tunnels. They built hospitals and movie theaters and all kinds of things in tunnels under the ground. And so that's part of what it is that they are fighting against. The colonized people will do what it takes to be able to win our freedom. And I just want to say, come on, Jesse, Uhuru. Good.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Chairman. And I just want to echo Chairwoman Penny's statement and saluting your leadership, saluting the Black is Back Coalition. And it's a great honor to be here as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, of which Chairwoman Penny just spoke, the organization of white people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and the chair of our mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and one of the Uhuru Three. And I just want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chairman Omali Shatella, who I first met about 15 years ago. I first met Chairwoman Penny in Sarasota, and then had the honor to meet the chairman just a few months later. And it was a life-changing experience, obviously, to learn about the role that we can play as white people in rectifying our legacy and relationship, our oppressive, violent colonial relationship to African and oppressed peoples of the world. And the apartment where I live, along with Comrade Amanda here, is above the Uhuru Solidarity Center in South St. Louis, which was one of the buildings that came under attack. And on the front of that building are the words, "Unity through reparations." So this is the building that came under attack. This is the message. This is the weaponized free speech that came under attack on July 29th. And as Chairwoman Penny explained, it's very significant that unlike in the 1960s, when, as the chairman has said, they worked to isolate the African liberation movement and went into the homes of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark and others and assassinated leaders of the African Revolution, assassinated Martin Luther King. There were rebellions in the African community, but there were no rebellions or even peaceful protests, quote unquote, in the white community. And generally speaking, white people abandoned the Black liberation movement of the 1960s or joined in the counterinsurgency. But this time around, because Chairman Omali Shatella created the strategy to extend the African Revolution behind enemy lines, when the US government came to attack Black power, they had to go into the African community in North St. Louis and here in South St. Petersburg. And they also had to go into the white community in South St. Louis to Chairwoman Penny Hess's home and to the Uhuru Solidarity Center. So it is true, they have failed in their attempts to intimidate white people away from our true interests. That's what they're trying to do. Frighten white people away from our actual genuine interests as human beings, which is unity through reparations, which is solidarity with African, indigenous, and colonized peoples of the world who are fighting for a future with no oppression and no exploitation. And I unite with the statements that were just made, including from the chairman about the Tet Offensive, and the fact that if we do what we have to do to get hundreds of people and even thousands of people into St. Petersburg for the Freedom Summer, for August 31st, for the trial, we will win no matter what happens in the court. And we can win in the court based on what we do on the outside. That's what the chairman is saying. The real verdict will be reached on the outside of the court, in the streets. And that will be a victory no matter what happens inside the court. But we do know that we can win both in the court and in the streets, but the people are the fundamental thing. And I just wanted to close with uniting with something very powerful that the chairman said earlier, which is that they are using this attack on Chairman Omali Shatella as an instrument through which to assault everybody's rights. Because the chairman, explains the history of the First Amendment, freedom of speech, the freedom of white people to oppress, to have the freedom of speech to be free from one set of tyrants in order to become a new set of tyrants as it relates to African and colonized people. So they use this attack on the chairman as an instrument through which to upend everybody's rights. But through Hands Off Uhuru, through Black is Back, through the counteroffensive, like the chairman said, the chairman can also can conversely become the instrument for everybody's liberation. They want to take the rights away from everybody through making an example of the chairman, but the chairman will become the example that wins the liberation for everybody. And that's what the Hands Off Uhuru is about. And that's why we are very confident of victory on September 3rd and from here on out. So thank you, Chairman Uhuru.
Thank you, Comrade. And I really want to just restate the significance of the Black Hispanic Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And that people should recognize that's not an accident that we're here. That I was a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And I'm saying this because there's great historical significance. That SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was that bridge in this country in terms of how the struggle looked from anti-racist politics to Black power, which is anti-colonial politics. And we continue to travel on that bridge, even after SNCC itself had been destroyed or nearly destroyed or had become insignificant. We built as a part of that process. This is really interesting history. The first membership-based SNCC organization in the world. We built it right here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was based in the African working class. It was not a consequence of really smart and clever people coming into St. Petersburg, Florida, and bringing us organization. We brought organization here. We built the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee here as an organization of the African working class. And we learned lessons based on that and continuing the struggle. That led us to certain kinds of conclusions, revolutionary conclusions, consistent with conclusions that were being reached in Vietnam and reached in Palestine and reached by other people who were living under colonial domination. And what the Black Hispanic Coalition has functioned as, taking up this role, pulling as many African organizations and personalities into a common trajectory, because we had been dispersed. The attack on the Black Revolution that killed Malcolm, killed Martin, that destroyed the Panthers and all the other, they destroyed our organization, jailed it, dispersed us everywhere. And what the African People's Socialist Party saw as an absolute necessity is to bring these forces back together in a common trajectory, because they didn't just destroy the organizations, crush the organization, they crushed the philosophy or obscured the philosophy that had built the revolution to take us away from the question of colonialism back to the question of making white people like us. So-called anti-racism. And if somebody's oppressing you, you pick up a brick and hit them on the head with it, they're not going to like you. So you couldn't even fight back effectively because you offend the people who were holding up your oppression, etc. So that was problematic. And they had white people, and America at the time was the most politically backwards country in the world, with the possibility of South Africa and occupied Palestine being exceptions. But it was very politically backwards. And the North American population living in this extraordinary cocoon, where the understanding of the world was so limited, etc. You find a peasant in El Salvador who, without any political, without any education or illiterate, who was now capable of defining the contradictions in the world based on their connection with the struggle against colonialism. Same thing happened here and every place else. So the Black Hispanic Coalition, we pulled this split, this dispersed anti-colonial movement back together again. Everybody who was part of it don't like us. Some people came into the coalition, got what they can get into the coalition and bounced. But now they have a political line that they can take into the world that somehow, because it makes sense and it resonates and it explains the world even for them, even though they're not planning to go all the way. When I say all the way, they're not fighting for what we're fighting for, which is the acquisition of political power over our own lives, which is self-determination, etc. So the Black Hispanic Coalition helped to do that. The party needed that to happen in order to complete this revolutionary project that was started in the 60s that led to the deaths of some heroic forces that we are all familiar with in this country and around the world. But the Black Hispanic Coalition is kind of like Johnny X. I was thinking about that. You know, Johnny X gave this brother who was hitchhiking across the Skyway Bridge. The brother was looking for a ride, and Johnny X gave him a ride. And the brother was really on the wrong course, wrong direction, being led by his experience under colonial domination over a cliff, being led into the swamps, I'm using some mixed metaphors, I know that, but just being led into, just really horrible circumstances. And so much confusion. We find this in our communities too. that Johnny X gave him a ride, he pulled a knife on Johnny X and stuck it to his neck to get Johnny X to stop at the top of this bridge. Speaking of bridges and SNCC, the road between anti-racism politics and anti-colonial politics of Black power. He pulled a knife on Johnny X and put it at his neck and told Johnny X to stop the car and said, I'm going to commit suicide. And Johnny X is agitating, organizing, and trying to keep him from doing this. And why are you going to do this? And the brother tells him his life story and how horrible his circumstances are. We knew how horrible his circumstances are. And he said, because of that, I'm going to jump. And Johnny X rushed to the side and grabbed him by the arm and wouldn't let him go over. That's the Black is Back Coalition. With all the stuff that they tried to do to us, off the cliff, the Black is Back Coalition did just what Johnny X did, grab him, pull him up, pull him back up. And that's what this coalition is about, and that's why they hate this coalition. So I wanted to say that. And I wanted to say I really appreciate the working groups and everything that's been said by all the working groups. Because the working groups represent the real dynamic component of the coalition. The coalition as it is now, every August we're going to do this meeting here. We have a conference. And when we're in the best shape that we're going to be in, we're going to hear reports that talk about this is what we've done, this is where we're trying to go, this is how we're moving. And it will reach out to masses of people around these issues that the working groups are related to. It will try to educate and bring masses of African people into this process, give direction. And this is going on all the time. Not just August when we have this conference. August we report on it, but this is doing all the time. That's what that's what the working groups are constantly doing. The working groups are not trying to get people to the hospital in the healthcare group. What they're doing is trying to educate people about what put us in this situation where we have to be hospitalized and they're educating us that out of colonialism, a so-called capitalism that talks about medical care is not about medical care. That hospitals aren't made to put in there to cure anybody, they put there to make money. Because the profit is the motive force of a system born out of colonialism. So if you go to the hospital, you're going to a place that was instituted to make money, not to cure people, not to help people, not to help people be well. Pharmaceutical stuff. You listen to these commercials on television about get this drug and get that drug, and then the drug itself causes more disease than the damn thing is supposed to cure. But they obscure that reality. They tell you, and if you take this drug, you're going to die or go crazy or you want to commit suicide. If you feel like you want to commit suicide, call your doctor. Of course, that's the first thing somebody does when they want to commit suicide, right? Call the doctor. No, they try to jump off the bridge. And like Johnny, we try to keep them from jumping off the bridge, right? And so that's the kind of social system that's born of this relationship. So what we want to do, even if we just, from that working group, for example, do a poster, just a simple poster, saying that smoking kills and white power wants you to die, stop smoking, Black is Back Coalition, working group, Black is Back, and put it up everywhere. Now, even if we did stuff like that says that this stuff they're doing with Depo-Provera and stuff like that, just talking about they're trying to help you around birth control kills, don't fall into that trap and then put it up everywhere. We start doing that cheap posters. I'm not talking something to spend a lot of money on. I'm talking about even stuff on the 8.5 by 11 you can put up in the bus stop where people are catching the bus. Doing that kind of education, that this junk food is called junk food for a reason. It will kill you. It has no nutritional value. Stop them potato chips. Stop all of this other garbage that you're eating, etc. This is the kind of stuff that the working group is doing all the time. And it's winning more people to it. And they're saying this is the working group from the Black is Back Coalition, and people will be coming to participate in that. And then we give them education around health and all this other stuff that we're talking about. Look, my grandmama, and I was talking to a sister Thursday, the sister Sight. Sister Sight is a sightless African woman who's a bad gospel performer. And she was referenced by Comrade President Maxela when he talked about this sister. She comes with a tambourine, she does her song, and at the end, near the end, she says, I'm going back to Africa. And she takes that tambourine and makes it sound like a drum and does the whole thing. But Sister Sight talking to her, and we talking, I said, yeah, you know, my grandmama, you know, I said, the only thing that I eat on purpose that's not vegan is I take a teaspoon of cod liver oil. Because my grandmama had me take a teaspoon of cod liver oil every morning when I was going. She said, mine too. She said, this is what you do. We talked about other things, that there's turpentine and sugar that we used to use for worms or something like that. They used to take. Somebody who was in this meeting knows what the hell I'm talking about, because our grandparents taught us all this stuff and talked that there's certain branches and roots and stuff that people would tie on them and next to their body to draw out certain kinds of disease. They call root doctors, they used to call people who did that kind of stuff. But that was our stuff. You see what I'm saying? And this is the significance of the working group that I'm talking about, the health working group, as an example. I'm not saying go get the roots unless you know what you're doing, because you say roots and then most people are going to run to get what they call herb. And the herb that they get is the United States government is giving that stuff away now because it wants everybody to get high. And because it is planning to do something even worse to you than they've been doing most recently. So I just wanted to say that, and as an example of what working groups can do. They working group around police, black community control of the police. Do the propaganda. We did a great poster on one instance many years ago. This was pre-coalition, where a picture of the police that was, we did it twice. We did it once when they were kicking Delbert, Africa, after they attacked them in 1975, 85. And Delbert, Africa, you know, this brother there is surrounded by these Philadelphia pigs and they're kicking them in the head. We did a big poster of that picture and it says they are still pigs, black community control of the police. And then they did that when they went with the picture of George Floyd. This pig with his knee in his neck that killed him. They are still pigs, black community control of the police, black community control this is coming from the Black is Back working group. Put it on there. Put the contact information on there. This is just part of what we do. And the objective is that we built this working group based on a struggle that we were having with the African petty bourgeois neo-colonial forces in our own community, opportunists. Because I was there in St. Louis when this slogan came out. If it wasn't invented by Zuckerberg, it was promoted by Zuckerberg, Black Lives Matter. And why did they need Black Lives Matter? Because what were the African people saying in 2014 after they killed young Mike Brown? They weren't saying Black Lives Matter. What was the slogan there? They left them in the hot sun, 100 and some odd degree temperature for 4.5 hours. And the young people and the people that were saying, kill the police. I hadn't heard that since Off the Pigs. That used to be said by the Black Panther, kill the police. The police did this thing, and that was the slogan. And they needed another slogan that would challenge that slogan of killing the police. And they came up with Black Lives Matter. That doesn't say a damn thing. It certainly doesn't matter to the oppressor. And what we needed was to challenge that. That was the objective when I first organized this working group. And we put somebody over that working group, we understood that what should happen is anytime anything happened to any African, because what was happening with the Black Lives Matter thing, Zuckerberg and those forces were so successful in promoting it as a slogan, something happened to black people, somebody put up a piece of cardboard and write Black Lives Matter and rush out there to anti-police demonstration. We say what they should be doing when they go out there is going black community control of the police. That's a demand. That's a thing that people can be won to. It goes beyond simple Black Lives Matter. It's an anti-colonial demand. Because taken to its greatest extent, black community control of the police is a struggle for state power. And that's the thing that we are involved in. So that's the kind of stuff we want to do. We're winning the people, winning the masses of people into political activity, providing ideas to the masses of people, recognizing that we can't solve these problems by ourselves without the participation of the people. So we take that information, we take those slogans, we direct them to places where they can find information, and that will, and that makes it obviously completely irrational and impossible for the colonizers to stop this at 5 o'clock in the morning with flashbang grenades and this kind of stuff, because that's what it is that they're fighting against. So I wanted to say this as an example of what the working groups can and should be doing. And I also think it's important to recognize that racism, this racism thing obscures the colonial question, because Kamala Harris is an example of the victory over racism. You see, she is held up as such. Barack Obama, see, racism doesn't exist. We let a Negro oppress you. In fact, we will give them red, black, and green billy clubs to beat you with. Racism isn't the issue, it's colonialism. And we educate the masses of the people around colonialism because we obscure the colonial question with somebody like Kamala Harris. And that's an example of racism and colonialism at the same time. The struggle of racism, the struggle against colonialism. So the working group establishes the leadership and tactics and strategy for control of the police. It's the lead organized popular demand. It leads organized and popular demands for Black community control of the police and police versus Black Lives Matter. And I think, you know, some people are familiar with the struggle that we led in the 1970s around Jesse Woods. And we're struggling, it's not just, we're struggling involved in an ideological struggle too. A serious ideological struggle, because the defeat, killing Malcolm X didn't just kill Malcolm. It also was an assault on this whole struggle for self-determination, do for self, build, you know, like the African Revolutionary Movement. That's what, and then they replaced that with something else. Something else now can, so Malcolm X was in Gaza. You understand what I'm saying? Because it was part of the anti-colonial movement, and that's what they assaulted, and that's why they killed Malcolm, and they would let Jesse Jackal and those other people run around, and even King, who was able to identify America as the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Even King, who found himself gravitating toward the anti-Vietnamese oppression, etc. And therefore, and King, who himself had to be influenced by a growing upsurge of African people against colonialism, he was going to have to move more and more in that direction in order to maintain control and leadership of this movement that had been unleashed. And this is the reality that we are dealing with, and he was the most popular, well-respected leader, although he was increasingly in trouble, growing in trouble inside our own community and with white people too, because all that Democratic Party stuff wasn't working. So King moved to initiate this whole struggle. What was it characterized? Poor People's Campaign. And what he said was he organizing people everywhere to come into Washington, D.C. We'll shut it down, etc. He wasn't saying we'll shut the Republican Party, Washington, D.C. down. We'll shut it down. There's an alternative to being slaves to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, etc. This is what King did. And King died not just because he was making those kinds of statements, but before King, and this is SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee went to the people and went and organized among the masses of people, mobilized the masses of people to change our relationship to this country. And it pushed King in a certain direction if he were going to maintain control of that. And Black people were dying in this military in Vietnam. And who was it that initiated the struggle against Vietnam? The Vietnam War. It was SNCC. It was SNCC that said, hell no, we won't go. And that became the slogan for all kinds of people who were opposed to what the murder that was happening in Vietnam by the United States government. So this is what we represent. This is what the trajectory that we've been on all along. It's really important for us to know that, to understand that. So I want to say that the colonial question is important. Jesse Woods, we talked about Jesse Woods. When we took up the case of Jesse Woods, it was during a time where we had been in huge struggle with opportunism. Opportunism, the white feminist movement, which is redundant, the feminist movement. It was a huge struggle of opportunism and pushed into our own struggle and our own movement. And so now we're fighting for the rights of women to be on the police department that's kicking this young brother in Philadelphia. We're charging, we want female women pilots who dropped the bomb from the helicopter in Philadelphia. The rights of women to participate in this process. Africans are engaged in an anti-colonial struggle, whether you're a woman, whether you're homosexual, whether you're heterosexual, whether you're asexual. The reality is that we are faced with and dealing with a colonial power, and all of us are oppressed. And they don't know necessarily if you're homosexual before they kill you. You understand? But this is the dilemma, because the colonized people are identifiable because they ain't white. And that's why you would get a similar kind of treatment against all the people who are not white in a colonized country, like a settler country, a colonized country like what we live in today. I was in Namibia. I heard Comrade Sayero, who his introduction, I think, no, it was not Sayero, it was Daoud, who talked about he worked in the movement, what was it, supporting SWAPO, the acronym for the Southwest People's Organization, that went to power in what they call Southwest Africa, and it came to be known as Namibia. And Southwest Africa was central to Marcus Garvey's statement about Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad, because this is one of the debates that was happening with this League of Nations, which is a parliamentary process that they had developed internationally for control of Black people. So make it unnecessary for white people to go to war to kill each other over the territories and resources of Africa and other peoples. And so it was called Southwest Africa. And I was there, and I met with the former president, the founding president of Namibia, Samuel Nujoma, and spreading and winning. And he agreed to unite. He united with, you can find this in one of the newspapers. Comrade Maxela can tell you where to find all this stuff. Our demand for reparations, and that was coming, out of Namibia. And and then I saw this picture of Randall Robinson book that was offered to us by Comrade Daoud as, yeah, we should read Randall Robinson's book. But what we should know is Randall Robinson's book is based on a book that I presented to the tribunal as the evidence of the amount. It's the first time in history there had been a quantification of the amount of value stolen from Black people was at that tribunal that we held in New York in 1982. And they're talking about the Russians. That was 1982. And the person who they said in Russia who had us doing all this stuff wasn't born until 1987. And so this was going to be a really miraculous thing for us to be working with somebody, for somebody around reparations who wasn't even born when we put the thing in motion and made reparations a household word. And so the question also of SNCC style work, SNCC style organizing is what we are talking about. It ain't that complicated. And that's what we've been involved in. That's what Comrade Emmanuel has been doing. That's what Comrade Bakri and Comrade Sayali, and that's what we're doing day to day. That's what we're going to be doing throughout this entire process. And when we talk about SNCC style organizing, we're talking about organizing among the people that depends on the people. This is the fundamental thing. In fact, it was so much so that SNCC, we had a saying that because the preachers would double cross us every time, wouldn't allow us to have access to our own people, et cetera. So our position became organize the congregation. You can't organize the preachers, organize the congregation who pays the salary of the preachers. You organize the congregations, then you can get the preachers to do what is needed to do, but that should be the primary target. That's what SNCC did. It worked among the masses of people, organized the people, brought political education to the people, brought organization to the people, and live with the people, bring the people into political life. That's what this process is about. That's all this work, to bring people every Sunday here during Freedom Summer, bring them into political life so the people become the real instruments of history, making history, etc. And that means that organizing people door to door, precinct by precinct, block by block, etc., That's what it is. That's SNCC work. And it's towards some objective, and part of the objective, of course, has to do with beating them back in terms of this trial as a counteroffensive, educate masses of people and bring them into political life. And part of the objective is the development of the anti-colonial human rights movement. And I just want to say that SNCC in 1966, part of the outcome of the Summer Project of organizing African people. SNCC was an organization that had white members, African members, etc. Some people who you have come to know in the white community that's supposedly successful and important revolutionary leaders were part of the organization built by, they were part of SNCC. Some of them became successful politicians in California. The guy who was married to Jane Fonda, I can't even remember his name now, Tom Hayden, etc. It was SNCC. His sister, I think it was, another Hayden, was a SNCC member. And she used SNCC as a means to bring the feminist struggle into the African liberation movement and cause some kinds of contradictions. The women in SNCC should be, African women in SNCC should be more concerned with the rights they had in relationship to Black men than the struggle that we were dealing with our own issue. There were other kinds of issues. And so SNCC resolved, not because of that as such, that white people should leave SNCC and should go back to the communities where the contradictions were concentrated, where the contradictions were based. And some of these have been great comrades of sorts, but they were really offended, upset when SNCC asked them to go back. They felt betrayed, all the stuff they had done for us, and now we're asking them to leave the organization and go back to your own communities and do some work. This is the dilemma they had, and they didn't do that. They did other stuff. They discovered Vietnam. They discovered all kinds of contradictions that were more important than the struggle for national liberation. So what the party has done, the African People's Social Party and the Uhuru movement, because they couldn't do it on their own. No matter what the intentions of the white people were, they were going to be dragged around by what way they were perceived to be their own material interest that was now separate from the interests of African people. And so they went into these other ways. And what were their interests now? Not being brought back in body bags from Vietnam. That was the primary thing that became their interests, etc. And based on that, they became extraordinarily sympathetic to the people of Vietnam, and what have you. But our issue is that the thing that we have done is to build the African People's Solidarity Committee, so that it's no longer left in the hands of white people to simply go back to your own communities and do something. It's doing it now as a part and under the leadership of the African Revolution. And this is critical. And Black is Back is extending that kind of movement. Black is Back is responsible for the fact that for the first time in history, there's such a thing as a peace movement. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparations, Black Peace Movement. There never was one before the creation of this. And this, despite the fact that people would show you polling that during Vietnam, majority of African people was opposed to what America was doing in Vietnam, as opposed to white people. During Afghanistan, the majority of the people were opposed to what the United States was doing in Afghanistan, Iraq, and these places, as opposed to white people. But the majority of African people were not in those peace movements because we were fighting a war. And the war that we were fighting required the extension of the question of peace to what was happening to us. How was some white guy who's going to lay on a damn railroad track to keep the United States government from taking weapons to someplace, I don't know if it was Vietnam or some other place, Nicaragua. They would lay on the railroad track, and of course the train ran over, cut off his legs and stuff like that. And we didn't want them killing people in Nicaragua either, but the best defense for Nicaragua is an offensive here, against the conditions here, and to fight against colonialism here. That's the thing that will preoccupy them, that make it difficult for them to take those tanks in Nicaragua. The thing is that they would do that, lay down on a railroad track to keep a train from getting weapons to kill people in Nicaragua, but they wouldn't lay down in front of a police car to keep it from leaving, coming into the African community where they were going to be killing us and things like that. So the peace movement, we had to redefine what the hell a peace movement was. How in the hell is it a peace movement as war is being made against us here in this country? War being made against the people of the Philippines. You don't hear anything about a peace movement around the Philippines. You don't hear anything about an anti-fascist movement when they talk about Philippines. You don't hear anything about anti-fascist movement when they're killing black people here. There's no peace movement here. There's a peace movement at the point where it looks like there's a possibility of war might intrude on the lives of the settlers, the colonizers themselves. And so we change the definition. We make it necessary now. Anybody who talks about peace, now they have to say we're at home, meaning the United States, et cetera, peace everywhere. They gotta be able to include this struggle we involved in the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparations did that. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparations, organizing these mobilizations, calling on people to march against colonialism, against black people. And this was getting more and more traction every time. November 4th, every November, we're gonna be there. And this time what we saw was opportunism rears naked white ass head. So now, just like they found Vietnam in the 1960s when SNCC asked them to go to the communities to work to fight against what was happening to black people, now the groups that we have been trying for years to get to participate in the struggle against colonialism with the Black is Back Coalition march every November. We've been struggling with them to no avail. And suddenly, when this was going to be the major Black is Back mobilization in solidarity with the struggle of African people and Palestine. And what happened, of course, was that they called their own mobilization. They discovered Palestine. And so they're saying the issue of Palestine is all of this, et cetera. And so they turned out hundreds of thousands of people in solidarity with the people of Palestine, which is right on, but they did it in a fashion that would give the impression that there was a split between Africans and Palestinians, when the split was between white opportunism and the African Revolution. They did not have the ability to unite with the struggle of African people against colonialism here. So that's our coalition. I just wanted to say those things. I know I said a lot, but it's really important, I think, for everybody to understand the significance of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And we'll keep repeating the fact that Black is back. Uhuru.
I have a response from Comrade Yusuf and Comrade Tasha as to why the Joko Collective could not make it. Some serious issues. If I may read what they asked to be read, if that's okay with everybody.
Yes.
Okay. Go to my email. And thanks for clearing some things up for me too, Chairman. Now I know why no gun. And I appreciate it. The Joko Collective salutes the Black is Back Coalition for 15 years of organizing Africans in motion. We regret that we cannot be present today due to unforeseen medical emergencies. Nonetheless, we wanted to share this statement with the comrades of the Black is Back Coalition and any guests. A significant part of this year we have dedicated to completing individual projects academically and artistically. Our individual projects and the time required to complete them cut into some of the work that we otherwise do collectively. That has especially been the case this calendar year, 2024. Nonetheless, we continued our conversations with African artists from across genres, considering their role and the role of the arts in the world we seek to create through this struggle. Those conversations are available for viewing on YouTube channel, on our YouTube channel, we have also continued the hands-off Uhuru updates through most of the first half of 2024. We were able to receive Chair Maxela Odum's regular updates on the counter offensive of the Uhuru 3. We have also enjoyed the having members, the Uhuru 3, to share their personal histories in the movement. This summer, in our efforts to serve as a site for community education, political, cultural, and more, we have instituted a new project, JOCO Resistance, or JOCO Resistance Reports. The practice and the goal are to bring on individuals and groups in the struggle for conversation as a way to help them inform the community about the issues that drive their activism and to promote their organizations. That would include, but is not limited to, the various number of member organizations and individuals of the Black is Back Coalition, other anti-colonial liberation struggle organizations. Our first resistance report guest was Sister Belinda Parker Brown of Louisiana United International, and the obstacles they have confronted and dealing with in Louisiana courts. Finally, we have started another new project, JOCO Conversations, which is really not much more than that the members of the JOCO Collective and guests chopping it up about what is in the news of the day, the week, the month, the season, etc. It's something we sort of happen onto, feeling the need to offer some commentary and some discussion on the events of the day, as it has been difficult to maintain our ordinary JOCO panel discussions and presentations. We had so much fun doing it the first time and were able to cover a range of topics. So we quickly realized that the JOCO Conversations should be an ongoing feature of what we are doing, along with continuing the resistance reports, the hands-off Uhuru updates for as long as they are necessary, and we are hoping that they become unnecessary sooner than later. We will also receive our more familiarized or formalized programming to continue to raise critical questions for community members to consider and attempt to answer through activism. We continue to be committed to making a critical intervention in the informational and rhetorical environment, doing our part to encourage critical thinking or critically thinking working class intellectuals. And we ain't opposed to encouraging any petty bourgeoisies or bourgeoisie Africans to commit class suicide and work in solidarity with the working class. Forward the work of the Black is Back Coalition, its member organizations, and its individual members. Forward the principles of unity, forward ever, backward never, Uhuru. I hope everybody, did you hear me?
Yes, we heard you.
Okay, that was the end of his statement. So humble apologies. Circumstances did arise that were out of their control. A lot of emergencies. Uhuru. Did everybody go to sleep?
No, not sure. Not sure. What, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I thought maybe I bored you to death or something, because I was trying to read this letter right on this little bitty phone. But yeah.
Well, before we close, I just want to remind people to get your Black is Back t-shirts. If you're in St. Petersburg, we've got them here. on the table, so make sure you pick them up. They're just $20. You know, we do got November coming up, because once we win this case, you know, we're really gonna tear DC down. Also, your Black is Back mask on the table. You can order these online as well. Also, you've heard many different presentations and slogans being mentioned over the course of the 15 years of the Black is Back Coalition, and several of those statements that have been authored by the chairman have been made into pamphlets. One is Black community control of the police, Black power in Black community hands. You can get this. If you're in St. Pete, we have them here on the table. If you're online, you want to go to Burning Spear Marketplace. There's also Obama, the elections, and the struggle for justice, peace, a better life, and Black power. You're in St. Pete, you can pick them up here. If not, you get them online at Burning Spear Marketplace. There's also the ballot and the bullet, the report to the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. This was the statement that the chairman presented to the coalition in April of 2016. You're in St. Pete, you can get them here on the table. If not, if you want to order them online, go to the Burning Spear Marketplace. These are must-haves and must-reads, so make sure you get these. And also, for our 10th anniversary, we completed a very beautiful and amazing pictorial, what do you call this? A pictorial book of all of our activities for the past 10 years. 15 years is, I just really want to salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, my leadership, leader of the African People's Socialist Party, just for his vision for leading this coalition for the 15 years. And I know that we have more to come with Freedom Summer. Again, the call for everybody to get here to St. Pete. Uhuru. Yeah, it is a fundraiser. All these are fundraisers. We said we was gonna raise 20 million, right? Come on.
What I heard.
20 million. Don't forget. I mean, these are just so everyone is aware that, you know, the Black is Back Coalition is self-funded. And I'm really proud of the fact that 15 years later, we are still in the black. So all of your support is needed. Get your pamphlets, get your t-shirts, get your commemorative 10-year edition catalog. Uhuru.
Go ahead, Sister Lisa.
All right, our MCs, are y'all clocked out already? But I want to appreciate everyone for participating today. We have lots more to come. Tomorrow, day 2, we begin again at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to share on your social media pages. You should be able to get these are live on Facebook as well as YouTube, on the chairman's page, on Burning Spear Media. All of these places you can see today's program. Make sure you share it with someone, invite them tomorrow. If you are within driving, matter of fact, fly in tomorrow to day 2 of the Black is Back 15th annual conference, and forward to Freedom Summer. Uhuru, we are winning.
Uhuru, Uhuru.
Black is back.
Black is back. Black is back.